You ain't got time for duels?
World War battle, we coming full throttle. Sanctuary.
You do now, where you going?
Time to show our mettle. Coooley crew and DFC.
You ain't got time for dueling?
Chosen few. Fire up the night.
Well, you better make
Thursday
time.
Night, that's what we do.
Caution thrown to the wind from this guy. And that's what these two guys are doing right here. Clicking and holding against one another and trying to whittle their opponent's life total down to 0. Jeep off to an... Oh my god! Huge comeback from 1! Chain from Toshank, just keeping the pressure up and constant damage. Look at this. We got some more lates in to do, boys. Yeah, it's been a hell of a year already, let me tell you. Servers down and a whole bunch of happy horse shit like that, but you know, there's one thing I can always count on, no matter what year it is, no matter what time it is. And that one thing is this. Joby fucking sucks. He fucking sucks ass, and he's gonna lose every fucking duel this year, right? Can promise you that. Can promise.
Coooley in fact has not won a duel this year and my boy SQ Wix is going to make sure it stays that way. Joby sucks and surely is abelt. Matey Kulto.
Holy shit, that's a mouthful. But I gotta say, Primo, facts.
Celebrates 34 months of membership. Bliss said no DFC today.
Holy shit. Blizzard did indeed say that. Kyle, thank you so much. Primo, thank you so much. 34 months each. Absolute legends, man. I just knew it. That's why we had to go here, recognize these guys right up at the top of the list. Make sure you pay some homage to these legends. These guys are savages, man. Just wanted to take a quick step in here and let you guys know it's fucking on this year. Even though the servers might be down, it's on. We've got one hell of a card, boys. Thank you guys so much. We took a little bit of a break over the holidays, but I'm happy to be back. Happy to be here with you guys. Primo says, in fact, Coooley has not won a duel this year. In fact, not true. I whooped Joby's ass. We won't get into it. It's probably embarrassing for him. You know, but the point is, Joby sucks. If you see him in the chat here, go ahead, Primo. Just ban him. Just ban him. Just get him out of here. No sense. No sense in keeping him around, all right? It's perpetual troll. Perpetual troll. That being said, let's check out this card, man. Thank you guys so much for being here. Thank you for coming back after such a long holiday break, man. Let's check this thing out. Holy shit, look at this! What a savage. Nimrod coming in. Legend tier membership. What is this? My guy, thank you so much. Nimrod, good to see you, man. Real good to see you, man. He says shit. A typo. LOL. Dirty TP might have been. Yep. Yeah, it could have been that. But we're gonna count it. We're gonna count that as a duel. We're gonna count it, man. Speaking of duels, look at this thing, man. Holy shit, someone decided it was a good idea that I go for the HLD title as well. Current LLD title holder. I'm going for that double champ status, but honestly, Squigs is a savage, man. And this is Din v Necro. I ain't got a lot of hope for it, but we're gonna go in there and we're gonna give it our best, alright? We're gonna have Squigs back against the ropes. Alright, maybe we'll get some licks in there, but I honestly think that the belt is where it belongs right now. Squigs is pretty savage, so it's an honor just to duel this guy for the title on the biggest stage so far this year. Bar ain't high for that, but regardless, we're gonna be starting things off pretty savagely, I would say. It's gonna be a fun one, man. Good luck, Squigs. Then we've got Jagger Swagger, the newly crowned Melee champion, going to be defending his spot against this Donger. We've seen this before. This Donger might have Jagger Swagger's name. He might have his game plan figured out, but Jagger Swagger learns every time this guy drops a round in combat. He learns. But does he have what it takes to make a savage comeback against Donger? We're going to see. Donger trying to start the year off right with that DFC Melee title. This guy is an absolute teched out legend, and he would love to grab that to add that to his D2 resume, if you will. And then the legendary matchup. It always seems like we're back and forth. I will be defending the LLD belt versus LLD legend DD. This guy can be on a Sin or a Necro. I'm gonna be on a Din, man. Dins get wins, dins till I die. You know what I mean? We ain't trying nothing else, alright? Dins till I die. That's just what it is. But the rest of this card, man, also looking good. Good luck to DD, man. This guy's a savage. Always insane. Icy Dicey himself, man. He's an OG of the game. It's gonna be a fun duel no matter what. Yeah, should be good. We've got Dirty One going up against Jits. Just two absolute legendary kings throwing down in the arena. That one's going to be sick. We've got the return of GDA Master. This guy coming in. This is Ari at Summit on YouTube. Very entertaining, often PvP-based YouTube channel this guy has got. Very entertaining, very cool to see. He's going up against a savage tonight. Enigma, he needs to prepare. He needs to lock the fuck in. Because I think Enigma is probably his toughest bout yet. And this is going to be big, but it should be fun, man. GDA is very versatile. He's got a couple of different classes that he is just a savage on. Even with that EU ping, man, this guy comes in, tears it up, and gonna be a fun one to see. We've got the return of Harlot as well. This guy going up against Superdude in what could be NVN or some NVD. Whatever these guys decide to throw down with, that one should be pretty epic. We've got Jaw versus High Level IQ, DFC newcomer, and Jaw. Who set this up? Jaw is a savage. Oh, wow. High Level IQ better come in with that high level gameplay, all right? Because he's got it cut out for him tonight. I hope we get to see a Sin v Sin, man. Sin v Sin under DFC rules is actually pretty sick. They're pretty entertaining fights, but Drew v Sin could be as well. Probably. If Jaw picks the Druid, it's probably in high-level IQ's favor. So, you know what? I'm kind of cool with this. Whoever set this up, this is looking clean, man. I'm actually excited about that fight regardless. Jovo. The return of Jovo and the return of a legend. Fooer, man. Holy shit, what's this guy doing on the card? What is this guy? Holy cow, man. This guy is, you might mistake him for a newcomer when you see him in a pub game, you know, but this guy has a lot of promise and potential, okay, gotta say. A lot of promise and potential. I've dueled this guy in pub games. He obviously uses hacks. Otherwise, there's no way he could ever take a round for me in a pub game, but he's done it plenty of times. Will he shut off the hacks tonight going up against Jovo? We're going to find out. But either way, man, in all seriousness, two very skilled, really FPK players on many different classes. These guys will have some options. Whatever they want to bring to the table tonight should be pretty epic. Then we've got Montriana versus Kyle, who is definitely not a quill rat, and who we're not going to talk about the non-disclosure agreement, but he is on the card. Finally, after a long legal battle, we got the quill rat legally allowed in the DFC, all right? And he certainly did not PK Coooley ever. There's no clips out there, and if they are, it's AI and fake. So don't believe them. He's got his first test here tonight. Montriana, always creative, the most nasty, outlandish builds. Kyle will certainly be tested to his limits here tonight. Then we've got Din legend Nimrod going up against Will. What will Will bring to the table? Sin or Barb, up to him. Gonna be a pretty epic match either way. And then we get to see this bout. I'm actually really excited about it. Polytheist versus Riz. Riz used to be the player that was sort of the bane of Polytheist, but in their last throwdown, I believe many months ago at this point, Polytheist was able to rack up his first win versus Riz. And it was, I feel like that was one of the ones. That was a critical duel. That was a core memory in the D2 world for Poly. And but the question is, can he do it again? Riz is also a highly adaptable player that learns from every loss. Who will come out on top in this, what we could call a catch match, I guess. Synced versus Clint. May or may not see this one. Clint accidentally got thrown on there. I guess there's a small chance he can make it, but either way, finally someone will be dodging Maddie for once instead of the other way around, is what I say. So fuck him. Fuck him. We've got Track Amp versus Havito. Track Amp says, might as well put this as fight of the night right away, all right? This guy is ready to throw down versus Havito PvP, and Havito on a Necro, man, we don't see much of it, but it sounds pretty damn scary, man. It can be done. It can be done on those Necros. The roadmap has been laid by the legendary champion Squigs right now, and in the past by Punch. Many a Necro have done it, but can Havito? Next level Track Amp, one of the most savage shaman players of all time. And then on the LLD card, we've got AF50 versus Conan. Conan with a couple of matches here tonight. Looking forward to that Sin v Sin, man. AF50 has got himself a very creative Sin. Conan always wild, off the charts with what he does. I would be wondering if these guys actually brought a mirror match in this Sin v Sin, possible Blade Sin matchup. Could be Trap versus Blade Sin. Who knows? But I think it'll be fun to see. Then we've got Conan versus Jits. Jits, the charging champion, man. That's just who he is. And Conan will have a double test upon his return to the DFC tonight. Din legend Nimrod going up against the return of Drofo Show. My boy, Drofo Show 20 is back. Also a Din player. And I feel like this is going to be a clash of the great Dins. A clash of the old school versus new school. And who's going to take it, man? Nimrod is going to have a puzzle to figure out with Dro for show. But if he can get it, if he can get in there, I think Dro for show could be in trouble depending on what Nimrod chooses. It's going to be a wild fight. Could be an HVH. Not sure if they're going to do that or if it's going to be Charge versus H. Dro for show loves that Liberator, man. You never know what he's going to do. Then we've got Oppen Scroll versus Murder SC. So glad we got this in here last minute, man. That one should be epic too. I think Oppen Scroll is going to go on a Sin. He had that option. We swapped it out because I thought this was probably a better matchup. But I guess he really wants to play on that Sin tonight. So either way, I think that would actually still be a pretty good duel. So yeah, Murder versus Oppen Scroll going to be wild. Hell yeah, man. And then in the Melee division, look at this stacked card, man. AF50 versus Smulps. The man, the myth, the legend. The short king of YouTube. This guy's insane. If you haven't seen this guy's shorts, this guy's short game on YouTube's pretty dope, man. Always very entertaining. And certainly at the pinnacle peak of D2 content, he's stepping in the arena tonight in the Melee division. to take on AF50, also a legend. Gonna be pretty wild, man. And then we've got Alex versus me? Holy shit, who set this up, man? This is, I'm gonna get shit stomped. I still have budget gear on my Din, but I'm kind of hoping Alex brings a Din to the table. I think we auto-lose to his Zon. We probably auto-lose to his Din. But regardless, what a savage and what a legend to auto-lose to. Gonna be epic, dude. Then we've got, oh my god, how long has it been since we've seen this epic showdown right here? Lucian versus Nimrod. The primal fight of the century. These guys are back. Once epic. Back and forth nemesises for the Melee title. They finally meet again under different circumstances with different rules. Cannot wait to see how this one evolves. This should be a pretty epic match. Then we've got Jovo entering Melee, going up against Murder SC's Bearzan. Can't wait to see that one too, man. Gonna be epic. Jovo on the Druid, man. He's locking down that class in every division. Then we've got Nate Fizzle. This guy, previous champion, and now he's gonna have to prove it. Versus rising star up-and-comer Mecha. This guy is just laying him down savagely. And I think this is actually going to be a pretty surprising fight either way. This could be close, or it could be an upset. Or if Nate Fizzle actually surprisingly puts down Mecha in dominant fashion, what a feather in his cap, and certainly a suggestion this guy should be up next for the title. And then speaking of YouTube legends, yet again, we've got GDA Master on the Din going up against Sinister on the Droid. Wow, man. I can't wait. This night of fights is pretty wild. Happy to be back. Happy you guys are here joining me. Let's get in this, man. Let's get ready to get violent. What is this? Is this, we still can't connect? By the way, I just want to say big shout out to everybody, man. Thanks for being here. I see you, Jay Wooster. Caveman Ken. What up, Smolves? Darius, Alex. Bring in the Din. Your call if you want to go F-pad or NT. I'll probably use the numpad. F-pad, I don't even know what that is. So I'll go with the numpad. Or just the mouse. I'll just use the left click of the mouse. Yeah. I figured. We can do whatever, man. We can do whatever. Yeah, I say we go. Let's do no fort, no phoenix. Let's do that, man. Let's go no fort, no phoenix, no tap. Let's go old school, man. Let's do it. Let's fucking jam. Let's go old school, old rules. Let's throw down with some epic gear, man. Yeah, it should be good. Is everybody able to log on now? Are the servers fixed? I haven't tried here, but here we go. We're attempting to log on again. I still get the cannot connect, but I could just have to restart. All right, yeah, so we out. It ain't no thing, man. It ain't no thing. That's all right. It's probably just another, DDoS attack. Fucking, probably, or you know what really I think it is. All right, let's go to the secret lounge and I'll tell you guys probably what's really going on.
Nothing will stand in my way.
Yeah, come on in, have a seat. You see, there's a few things BattleNet has done over the years which may come as a surprise to you guys. Yeah, come, funnel in. There's only 8 seats up here, so you better grab them quick, all right? It's story time. For one, they weren't gonna allow you to delete your characters at first when D2R came out. But then they realized Joby would probably be making a Din, and they said, yeah, it's probably a good idea that we allow people to delete characters. So you can have Joby to thank for that. That was definitely an original joke that I did not steal from him. So if you hear, he's never said that about me to me before. I didn't steal it from him. So if he says that, he is obviously lying. You guys know, comedian here. All right, but then also tonight, it's very likely that they heard Joby was going to log on, so they were like, yeah, let's just let's preserve the experience for the other players, and not allow anybody to connect, you know? Will and I pooling? Alright, GG, man. Hell yeah. Alright, we'll pop up in here. Probably I just gotta restart this. I'm just gonna do that. I'm gonna restart, jam this. I'm gonna try to fire this up on my account number 2. We'll see what's up. See if we can connect.
Rhythm is a D-A-A-A-A-A-S-E-R.
Oh my god! Rhythm is indeed a dazer, a dancer, a prancer, and it's certainly a vixen of the night, if you know what I mean. Holy shit! Murder SC, what a savage, bro. What a fucking savage. This guy. Holy shit. Mr. Murder SC, the man, the myth, 120 bones, holy shit! Bros, welcome in. This guy has a perpetual statue in the Hall of Fame here. Pay some homage as you come in, other Hall of Famers. Make sure you wipe your shoes off and show some respect. A lot of you guys been leaving some fingerprints under the kilt of Murder SC's statue. And I would appreciate it if you didn't do that. And he would too. So show this man some respect, and thank you so much, man. Big cheers, Murder. That's fucking sick, man. 120 bones. And Kyle Crazy Fox. Kyle, definitely a crazy fox, not a quill rat. This guy's a savage, man. Bro, thank you so much. Need to pull that D2 partner swagger to fix it? You might have to, dude. Apparently some people are pulling. I say we get up in there, we check this out, man. See what's going on. Just wanted to come into the Hall of Fame for a special cheers to Murder SC, bro. That was super cool. Really appreciate you, bro. Yep, I am still unable to get in, but apparently Nimrod is in and ready to jam. I see him out here. I'm pulling this up. It looks like he is ready to throw down. He ain't fucking around at all.
The order welcomes you.
He ain't fucking around at all. So I say we get up in there. Oh, yeah. Ping is pretty high, but other than that, he's ready to throw down. All right. Let's see, man. Let's see what's going on here.
You need to pull the D2 partner swagger to fix it.
Yeah, that's definitely what we're going to have to do. Yeah, Bill, kill it. We've got the Bloodmore music. Holy shit. What is this? Some HLD with a paladin with a bow? I always knew Nimrod was one of the greatest dins of all time. But now that he has busted out the Widowmaker, I think this guy has graduated to godlike din. It is now, if you see him in a pub game, you don't address him as Sir, Madam. It is prefaced with Din God Nimrod. Welcome. It is great to see you. This guy's a savage. He must be going up against a Sin, is what I would guess. That must be what his opponent picked here. It is really the only thing that makes sense. Because Nimrod in HLD, he was going up against Will. Nimrod on the Din. Will had the option of a Barb or Sin. Now, if he went Barb, it would actually be a pretty tough matchup the other way around. Nice hits there from Nim as he sneaks in. But he chose the Sin, and I have to say, I really think this is the answer to Sin gameplay right here. Is use that bow, and depending on how you set it up, you could set it up with some poison, you could set it up with some, with some open wounds, or you could just have it you could go straight Murdered in and do some max damage, have some vicious harassment in there from the outside. But regardless, having the bow and being able to address a Sin far outside of the normal range forces them to play a little bit differently, right? Especially as you start getting those shots in there as they're landing. That is pretty discouraging for a Sin. But I gotta say, Will is doing a great job of laying down traps and scoring some hits from afar. Oh my god, and Nimrod gets there. Barely escapes alive there with some high ping. That was a hard one to tally out of right there. But holy shit, these guys, he did it. That was a very, very close round. EU ping is not going to be friendly to this matchup. Yeah, that's for sure. Yeah, definitely not going to be fair. Not going to be fun for this matchup. The Din should theoretically have ping advantage, but however these guys have chosen to set it up, I respect it. It looks like Primo's in the game, so this might actually be a central game. Primo says insert your claw block. Yeah, claw block, aka weapon block. Also known as one of the most OP blocking methods in the game. You can usually only block melee attacks or like arrows or things that make sense to be able to block. Zeals, swings, charges, whirlwind attacks from your opponent, right? The physical hits. But weapon block can block everything. From the arrows that Nim is firing to even smite can now erroneously be blocked in D2R by weapon block, which is indeed pretty stupid. But hammers can be blocked, FOH can be blocked, these otherwise always hit skills can be blocked. It's crazy. Weapon block is pretty savage, man. Guess he can desync very hard with charge. Yeah. I love how Nim is staying right in the pocket right until he has to leave. He's been caught with that a little earlier in the last round. However, I really like this setup here. He's really trying to make the most out of his time when Will comes in to lay traps. Barely misses that trap right there. And look at this, just gets out of the way of that trap. I really like how he's setting this up, and he charges in looking for the name lock there. Doesn't take any damage in spite of a 5-stack trap. That was insane. That was really good. Sin needs buffs for sure, right? Nice name lock there from Nim, but he loses it probably because of the ping issue, I would guess. That looked clean. And he gets it back, gets in there, throws a charge, tries to smite, but ends up eating some traps for his troubles. Shadow Master OP needs deleted. It is indeed banned in this matchup right here. Shadow Warrior is the only thing that Will can use. Shadow Master is banned versus Din. Yeah, so we did indeed delete it. We did indeed delete it. There's certain matchups that the Sin just can't use that in. And honestly, that has almost single-handedly, that one rule allowed us to delete like 7 other rules for the Sin. You know, it was crazy. The Sin was just wrecking house. But ever since we limited when Shadow Master could be used, it really forced people to look for name locks instead of relying on their Shadow Master to help them out with a Mind Blast, right? Throw their opponent off of their game plan from far off screen. It really forced players to get in there and get one themselves, which has actually been a game changer. Nice chain there despite the high ping from Nim. Nim gonna go out of his way here, probably Rebo. Yeah, there it is. He sees the battle command go down. He's re-upping here. And there it is. Puts back on the grief. Gets ready for this engagement. I love that he picked up a rare ring there. This guy, absolute savage Din right here. What a legend. He sees a rare ring in the Bloodmoor and picks it up. My man. My man. Yeah, absolute fucking legend. That could be a 6-pointer, man. That could be a 6-pointer. So that way, I mean, even though he's doing great in this duel, if he wins the duel and gets a 6-point ring that he found in the Bloodmoor, more power to him. If he loses and gets a 6-point ring that he found in the Bloodmoor, who really lost the duel? You know, that's the question. Nice hits here from Will. Will's doing a great job at kind of trying to play the range game here. Nice hits there. Nice charge in from Nimrod. I don't believe he scored any damage for that. Weapon block for the win. Depends what class you're on, honestly, but yeah, I would say by default. Neff isn't really that great. used it before, but not really that great. I would say it really depends on what class you're on. If you're on a barb trying to do it, definitely shale. Also, there's certain setups with a din that require a 15 IAS duel. That could also be something. I like a 40-15 or a 15-15 even sometimes. Nice hits there from Nim. Eats only a minuscule amount of trap damage there for his troubles. That was very nice. Scores some arrows as Will comes in. Eats some damage that time, though. He's going to be looking for that. He's going to be looking for Will to come in. He's in a very, very bad spot. Will chasing here. I love that Nim is being extremely patient, waiting for Will to come in, waiting for his opportunity. He's not gonna go rushing into those traps. I love it. The patience of both players in this duel is very, very commendable. Nimrod trying to utilize these walls. He doesn't really have, you know, unlike some classes, when they jump the gap there, they can do what's called wall bang, right? They can shoot some spells that will, oh my god, nice hits there from Nim. That was amazing footwork. They can shoot some spells that discourage their opponents from kind of jumping the wall with them, but Nim doesn't really have that option as a din. Or I should say as a smiter in particular. Oh my god! Huge comeback! Literal 5 life from Nim, and he gets there. Extremely close duel. That was very, very impressive. Holy shit, Nim was practically out of that duel. He was a dead man walking for the latter part of that round right there. And probably one of the most epic comebacks. Love this, man. That bow really, really throws something in the mix, man. That was crazy. Very, very nicely done. Yeah, this is Will v Nim. Will v Nim, Squigs. Oh, it wasn't a 6-point ring, which is really too bad. Glad he ID'd that, though. That was an incredible comeback, man. Holy shit. He says, 2-0, good luck, good luck. Hell yeah, dude. What an epic match so far between these guys. Will still ain't out of this, though. I think Will says, hey, look, first couple rounds are free, all right? It's a feel-out process. He's learning the strategy, learning what he's got to do versus his opponent. But can he pull it off here?
I need a key.
He needs to get something going. And we're going to see what he does. Hell yeah, starting 2026 off right. The first round win of 2026. Nimrod coming in, Din's getting wins. This might be the year of the Din. The secret title of this DFC episode is indeed Din. There was a lot of Din players. A lot of Din players this week, and I gotta say, that tells me that there's a lot of people that have graduated. They are now playing the right class. They are probably great duelers. Yeah, you got nuked early. Looks like you get a little bit charge locked there. That is probably one of the biggest pains in the ass of dueling, is on the Din in particular. You see, back in LOD, you could use charge and click on your target, right? You could click on your opponent, and you would start charging at them. However, if they started tallying away, or you suddenly decided, all right, this is a bad idea, I don't want to keep charging, you could charge anywhere. You could cancel your charge by clicking somewhere else with charge, charging to some other random direction. But in D2R, it's kind of buggy, and you can't do that. It will continually lock you on to your opponent, and it will not cancel your charge. On the server side, it will on your side. It will cancel charge on your side, but on server side, you'll still be chasing them down. So you'll kind of desync yourself, which is really bad. Kind of you know, Dins didn't really need anything else going wrong for them, but that has certainly been a big pain point for a lot of Din players in D2R. I don't think he's max res on both sides. Definitely looks that way. Definitely looks that way. Yeah, I like the use of tap here, if that's what he is using. That would suggest that he has... Oh, yeah, look at that. 38 res on the bow side. That's how he got caught that time, man. Yeah, if he is using the tap, it's probably coming from... it's probably coming from Drax, which is great because even if you don't get the tap, you have open wounds. So he's definitely on that open wound setup on the Din here. He's being very, very patient. He has, he literally has no rep life. There is no rep to full here. He's just trying to bait his, he's trying to bait his opponent. He's trying to look for an angle, look for an opportunity. Oh my god. Huge hits there from Nim. You see, Nim was looking to bow there, and I think Will saw that. But Will started chasing Nim as he was looking to re-battle orders. And unfortunately, Will's battle orders ran out too. So Nimrod saw that, turned right around and said, you know what? I'll risk this. I'm going to take a couple of trap shots here and try to land some smites. And that definitely paid off. No bow, big hits there for Nim, bringing him right back into the fight in this round. Yeah, Will and Nim. Hell yeah, dude. Yeah, he has tap. Yeah, that's dope. That's dope. I think that's a good call. It's a good call because that open wounds is going to make that bow super annoying when he actually connects. It's very rare to connect from the outside. But look at that. He got a smite in there. Likely proc some open wounds from that one as well. Uh-oh, uh-oh. I was going to say staying in those traps could be very, very bad there. Could be very bad. I think he expected those to poof as Will teleported away, but... Will, knowing that, didn't teleport away too far. And there it was, man. Will gets his first win in this matchup here so far. Now 2-1. Holy shit. I'm just surprised these guys can log on. I think they might have logged on through EU. That could be what's going on. That's probably how they're able to get in, and none of us are. Trying to reconnect here again just to see what's going on. Oh. Hold on. I'm gonna fire this up again. I was able to connect, but I couldn't see any of my characters. So we're just gonna fire it up again, see if it works. All characters deleted. Can you imagine? 1499's gone. Nah, it's looking like it's still having trouble connecting. Yep. She ain't connecting for shit. Having a bit of trouble here. Oh, never mind. I'm online. It did it. It took a while, but it did it. Be up in here. Alright, Squigs, I'm gonna make a game. If it gets really pingy and it's really bad, you can make a game. I'm just gonna make Jack 1 and jam it. If you're ready to jam in the near future, I'm just gonna sit AFK in here, and if you wanna clear and help out, we can jam it. Yep, sick, dude. Sick. I'm up in here. Jack 1-1. Feel free. Oh, look at this bridge map. First try. Server's back. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Can make Central for y'all? Well, theoretically, the Din should have the server advantage. But I would hate to win it like that, so if I start winning it and I can just tell it's fucking shit for him, we'll go to his server. Holy shit! Jovo and Murder ready for some melee. All right, I'm gonna start up a little queue here, man. I'm gonna start up a little queue. We've got Murder SC. We're gonna throw you guys in there first versus the Jovo. Y'all are up next. Then I'm gonna try with Squigs and me. Squigs v Coooley for the epic HLD showdown. You def don't want to play his server on Din. Yep, yeah, we'll probably go Central. That's... It would be bad. I think even Central is just bad for the Din, because you have all of the AA skills, like the magic skills, but honestly, like, Squigs is a good dueler, and I don't want to win it on server advantage, but we'll try it out. My guess would be it might balance out, but if it ain't happening, we'll swap it up. We'll go Central. Dude, Nimrod has scored some damage here as well. He might be a little under half life right now, but he has indeed scored some damage. Nice charge. Nimrod getting really good. I noticed one of these skills he must have been working on over the holiday break is these name locks. Look at this. As soon as Will comes in, he's so quick at grabbing those, getting in. It's almost legendary. It's the Jits style charging up in here. Almost godlike, it's the Jits style charging. Gets that name lock. Very, very hard to predict where he's going.
Forgive me.
Yeah, for sure, man. Yeah, we'll try it out, Squigs. We'll try it out, man. Here, we'll try one round. Try one round on my server. If it's really bad and it's not even close, not even fair, we'll say fuck it. We'll go Central. Nim is in a lot of trouble here. Oh my god, he almost got it. But unfortunately, weapon block, being able to block smite there, was sort of a shame, because Will should have lost that. He actually should have lost that. Or it might have been even a tie. Yeah. Weapon block robbed Nim of that win. That was incredible. He had him puddled and everything. No oaks that match either. Damn, son. That was wild. Let's check this out from, is Will jamming it here? Oh yeah, it looks like he is. Let's check it out from his perspective here on the Sin. Oh, look how clean and crisp this shit is. That is clean, crisp, absolute sex right here for this Sin perspective. Hell yeah. Will has been doing great. He's also, look at this, he's also pretty high ping. Both of these guys very, very pingy today. Very, very pingy. These guys, though, I think they might have dialed up, connected on EU server. Primo had a game up, and damn, he was ready to jam. He must have had that up a while, because those servers went down and nobody could connect. That was crazy. Look at this, though. Will methodically stalking Kron Dirt, aka the Nimrod. You can see it here. He's laying those traps down. He's trying to utilize that distance. And the Shadow Bay, or the Shadow Side Chick, eating a lot of those arrows up at close range. That is probably what she's going to be best at here. Although weapon block can also block arrows, you probably don't want to roll the dice and have it get there, right? Because if you don't block one, there's so much open wounds. I'm gonna guess Nim probably has an rune in his bow as well. So what he's gonna do is he's just gonna hope to proc that open wounds with his Drax gloves, with the in his bow. And that's why all of these arrows, you can see how close they're getting and how discouraging that is from the outside. Certainly forces Will on the inside, which is exactly what Nim wants to see. He wants him to close that distance so he can do that. Look for those name locks, charge in, and look at this. This time, Will running him through the ringer here. He does catch a smite, but it weapon blocks as it shouldn't. God, I fucking hate that. He caught him with that smite too. You could see the swirlies. It puts the swirlies on him, but it gets blocked. It's so bad. It's so demoralizing, so discouraging. Sins don't need any goddamn buffs, alright? Claw block, trash. Get rid of it. Pretty fat life on that Sin, that's for damn sure. If you remember back in the days of LOD, it was actually pretty commendable to see a 4,200 life Sin. And now look at this, Will coming in, 4,400, holy shit. Oh, and there it is, man, big arrow hit from Nim. Unfortunately, No open wounds. He did connect with it though, and that did about 200 plus damage. So a good 5% of his opponent's life total. Scores that hit. That one cut him open. Will trying to run him through the ringer of traps here. Noticing that when Nimrod gets locked on with that charge, you see Will trying not to teleport too far away. Because although he might be in run mode, right? The fight or flight sort of run mode, he doesn't want to overcommit to running, because there's actually there's a benefit to him staying on screen, and that is he can lay down traps and just run Nimrod through it, and there's nothing he can do because he's locked on. Nim says door AFK, someone knocking at his door. Mad props to this guy. Look at this, Will just coming in. He says, all right man, no problem, we'll pause. GG, man. All right, while we wait for the door, let's pop in to Murder SC versus Jovo. This one also going down in Melee. Murder SC welcoming Jovo to the Melee division. Jovo on his droid over here. Look at this guy, Murder SC on that beautiful Bear Zan. A little bit of frame drop in there from Jovo. Let's pop over to Mr. Murder SC. This guy right here, legendary. Absolute legendary player. Murder SC. He's got fucking Mythbusters in the background, and he's got Melee Busters in the foreground. This guy ready to throw down and smash some face. And he's got the science to back it up. Dude, hell yeah, man. What a guy, what a guy. Murder SC. Another big cheers to this guy. This guy comes in, drops 120 bones. Holy shit. His legendary bears on, man. We are going to have a primal duel here. Bear versus wolf. This is kind of wild. Yeah, he says, oh my god. He says, fort's not allowed. Yeah, technically not, but he says, fuck it, run it. And you see how big that damage was. That's why those droids aren't allowed fort in anything but droid v droid or droid v din. Those forts are insane. Uh-oh, look at this. That could have been why. That could have been why. Maybe Murder's armor fell off there. That is kind of wild. Look at this. He's unable to pick up his armor. That could be it. Oh, he says I'm not using fort. Oh, okay. That's it. He had his shields fucked up. He was like, what's going on? Yeah, he had his shields fucked up. That was probably why he went down. He didn't have his armor on for that duel. That's all right. He's coming back from the holiday break, and he's like, all right, you know what? Look, first one's free. First one's free. Here we go. This one right here should be a lot more clean. Yeah, there it is. There it is. This time he's got the armor. Some big hits, man. Murder SC starting this round off quite intensely this time. Wasn't as easy of a win there for Jovo. This is actually back and forth. A primal battle of the century between these guys. Murder SC technically pulling ahead here, but it could go either way. And there it is, by the skin of his teeth. Even cut open, going to one here. And Murder SC takes it. Now 1-1 between these guys. Epic, epic bout. This is crazy. Go, Murder, right? Hell yeah, man. All right. It's getting fucking steamy up in here. I know, I hope we don't break any YouTube rules by stripping, but I won't charge you guys for this show. But I'm gonna tell you, if I take any more off, there's gonna be an admissions fee. All right? You ain't getting all this absolute man beast for free. Okay? This is as far as it goes today. Keeping it PG. Holy shit, back and forth. Murder SC pulling ahead again here versus Jovo. Jovo with a big hit though, holy shit. Murder says, welcome to the Melee division on this Bear Zan. Damn, son. He says, I'm gonna have to swap to fort. You can't swap to fort. The fuck? Central H-map, no house, no wells, no heal shrines, primo map. Oh, hell yeah. That is a primo map right there. Holy shit. We up and running now? We are, Enigma. We online. We online, ready to jam. I'm up in this game right here. I've got all of the necessary potions to go up against squigs in my belt. We've got a mercenary and everything. Because this is going to be about for the ages right here. We're going to have an Oak Sage, we're going to have a Merc. We've got the healing potions, we've got the Juves. It's basically like dueling Joby, you know, It's how we really duel, alright, Squigs? It's how we really duel around here. Throwing some hands, clearing the moor, getting ready for this, man. And right as we dial back over, Murder loses that round right there. Damn, son, damn. Alright, now Jovo coming into it, but look at this. He might have fucked with the wrong guy, because now Murder SC has got the Viking helmet on. And he is no longer fucking around. He didn't come here to play games. He came here to win. GG, thank you, Primo. You're a hell of a guy, man. Hell yeah, big cheers to this guy. They might be, hard telling. Are you talking about Nim and Will? They probably are. They should probably switch to NA while we wait. I tried NA, still down? Damn. Yep, 2-1 Murder. Oh my god, look at this. I think Jovo really did swap to Fort over here. But will it actually matter? Look at this. This is actually still back and forth between these guys. This is kind of wild. Nah, it seems too back and forth. Too clean for Fort. Big hits from Jovo. Murder pulling ahead though, man. Now 3-1 in his favor. This is pretty wild, I gotta say, man. Holy shit. As we continue to clear the moor for the Epic Showdown HLD. Working on these locks, working on these chains. We probably should do the... Yeah, we'll do this. Oh yeah, look at this. I'm fucking on point. Look at these chains. Let's come in, smite. These guys can't even handle the smite. It's just too good. Just too good. Din is too good. Hell yeah, right as we get into this. Now Jovo. Jovo pulling ahead. But can Murder come back from this? Holy shit, what a close round. Alright, Jovo is really showing some dominance here in his DFC Melee debut. This is kind of crazy. I think it's 3-2 now, still in favor of Murder. But what a close match. I'm just going to take a peek over at the Nimrod duel, or is that one over?
That Canadian Dab God became a member. That Canadian Dab God celebrates 14 months of membership. Happy New Year, Cools.
What? Canadian Dab God at the S tier, my guy. What a savage. Bro, thank you so much for that. 14 months! That is wild. Big cheers to this guy. Thank you so much, man. That is super generous. Happy New Year to you, brother. That is wild. Absolutely wild. Back and forth between these guys, man. Anybody else we should throw in the queue here? I see Kyle up in there. He might be getting ready. He might be getting ready to jam. Big hits for Jovo here. Uh-oh. Yeah, both of these guys got fort now. This is interesting. This is interesting. Both of these guys with fort. Holy shit. Yeah, Jovo might have a fort, but there's only a few players who can wear a fort on their head and make it not only look stylish, but functionable and fashionable. That's the Murder SC. No, surprisingly not. Surprisingly not. I thought for sure we would see Kyle in LLD. Nah, HLD though, man. It's HLD versus Montriana. Should be pretty epic, dude. I don't get it. Just need to check the rules. Yeah, technically you shouldn't be on fort, but in the DFC you can agree to whatever rules you'd like. So, you know, there could be that. They could have just agreed to fort. Who knows? It's a back and forth duel either way. Now it's 5-2 in favor of murder. Yeah, it looks like in favor of murder, possibly. Holy shit. We agreed to fort, Coooley? Alright, yeah, GG. Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. You could agree to whatever you'd like in the DFC, you know? You're like, you know what? Let's make this a fun one. That was a legit just club from the main hand right there from murder. That was wild. Didn't even morph. Just clubbed him. Alright. I think 5-2 in favor of murder. I think. I have apparently lost count of the score here. Big hits from murder to start things off here. Oh, big return fire from Jovo, though. Damn, son. Holy shit, those are big hits. Murder's in trouble in this round. Alright, we're gonna figure out exactly who's ahead here now. 6-2 for Jovo. Okay, that's what it is. Wow, man. Still can't connect to America? Damn. Yeah, murder is Freya. He's on the Zan. He's on the good old Zan. Damn, man. Well, here we were thinking murder was pulling ahead, making it happen, but now this fortitude here. This is really throwing a wrench in the system. Might have to do a GDA on EU. Rip, no worries, man. Hey, it happens. It was probably going to be a server like consolidation anyway. But what you can do, if you dial up to the EU server Enigma, if you just make the game, it will give you priority for the ping. It will put it in your court, kind of as close to your server as it can. And then if he joins that, you guys, it'll kind of be pingy a little bit for both people, but it will probably be the fairest ping anyway. Make a new game on EU? Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. Oh, and that's Will. Look at this. Now I'm connecting the dots here. South Texas archery noob is indeed the Will. All right, these guys are gonna make a game on EU because apparently NA is just horrible right now. Apparently, I am very lucky to be in a game on NA. Not the story for a lot of people trying to connect here today. Damn. Murder SC got there, though. Now it's 6-3, still in favor of the Jovo. He didn't swap off from fort, but look at how close these rounds are. 7-3 now in favor of the Jovo. Holy shit. True, yep, true. Yeah, that's a good point, Leroy. You can get on via friend join, swap the servers, etc. I was surprised I was able to connect. It like failed at first and then randomly connected. It's strange. Jovo coming in off of a controversial take here for his first melee performance. That's right, he probably built his druid assuming he was going to go up against Dins and druids, right? And he might not have had any other, like, armor that was good, you know, that he could wear. So this is his first time in melee, and oftentimes when you see that, people don't have all of these swaps at their disposal, right? So that was probably the case, and probably while, yeah. He says, I'll allow it. Yeah, I mean, makes sense. Totally makes sense. Managed to get in NA? Hell yeah. Yeah, he's doing it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. HLD, surprisingly. No Kyle the Barb and LLD. I got in right after you said it? Damn, alright. Alright, and the primal beastly showdown of the century right here. These guys, bear versus wolf. Oh, big hits for Jovo right off the rip. Holy shit, look at those hits. Murder's hits are very, very consistent. They might not have that crit ability that Jovos have, but they're very, very consistent. When he hits, it's very rarely a low roll, right? Like, it's always pretty crushing, pretty heavy hit. But it's going to take him about 6 or 7 hits to fell his opponent here. So if Jovo comes in and just starts getting these nasty crits right off the rip, Murder's in trouble. Alright, and here we go. Murder with his back against the ropes. Yeah, oh yeah, that's allowed. That's allowed. Oh, fuck yeah. Yerp, sure is. Jam it. I'll allow it. I'll allow it. Yeah, a lot of people use the slow missiles because it actually does diminish the damage of your opponent, but it's not very substantial. But yeah, we used to think it actually gave you damage reduction, but that was not necessarily the case. It actually just reduces the damage of your opponent. So it's an odd form of damage reduction. This is where the druid should be at without the nerfs. It's as strong as a pallet, yeah. Yeah, it's pretty insane. Look at this. Murder SC's inventory here looking very sex. Absolute sex. Love this Bearzon, man. He has himself a very nice Vizzo helm now, too. He's got himself some nice gloves. Look at this stuff here. Look at this from Jovo. He's got himself some 3 1920s, a perfect fort, and a 6 Fury helm. They got 2 sockets with some base life on it as well. Very nice. Great melee ring. I gotta say, for Jovo's debut performance in the melee division, this is looking clean. With a 99% perfect 415 EBOTD Berserker Axe. And look at those 213 Myrmidon Greaves. Those gores. Beautiful. Yeah, absolutely insane. I love that. I love that hat, man. That thing is great. Epic bout between these guys, right back and forth. He goes, oops, wrong gores, LOL. GG's, though. Game on. All right, hey, thanks for the heads up, man. Appreciate that. Let's pop back over to Nimrod here real quick. This is going to be an epic duel, boys. We're back to it. He had to answer the door, then they had to figure out some ping issues, but it's back to some Din violence. All right, here we are, the culmination of Will versus Nimrod in an epic showdown between Din v Sin. Looks like these guys are still a little pingy. Looks like these guys still a little pingy. No forgiveness. There's no rest for the wicked. These guys both on high ping, choosing to jam, slam, and Alabama against one another. Oh man, Nim gets caught with that bow. He gets caught with that bow out with those traps, and as we've seen, that res is a little sus on both sides. Yeah, that was pretty clean, man. That was an epic one. That was an epic one for Jovo's debut melee performance. That was wild. Took on an absolute legend. And I gotta say, props to Murder SC for allowing him that fort there too. Like, it might have been pretty vicious, but at the same time, it's like I was saying. Sometimes when people get into the melee division, it's like you might build a character and plan on doing some matches for, you know, Din, Druid, all of this. You might not necessarily have a swap for the armor. So, you know, the options are go track one down, find a buddy that'll let you borrow one, or just, you know, have your opponent agree to for it. And looked pretty clean, man. Looked, you know, I'm glad they were worked something out, but damn, you can see how vicious that was. It's now 2-3 in favor of Will. Yeah, if you don't have it, you don't have it. Exactly, right? No, that was actually pretty well. We saw those first few round wins there. The whole arena, Murder SC, they were chanting for Murder SC. They see that Bearzan up in there and they're like, damn, man, that thing is wild. Yeah, but Fort I think pushes that matchup over the top. Crazy, but dude, good duel either way. You're a champion in my book, Murder.
Good day.
That was wild. I actually didn't talk about that at CMC. I ended up calling it at 97. We discovered something very important. It is definitively faster to get carried. And it's not even close. It's upwards of 3 to 4 times faster to get carried on a druid than it is to actually solo shit. So that being said, there was no, literally didn't have enough time left in the day and a half that I had left after dinging 97. There was literally not enough time to hit 99. I was like, unless you get someone to carry you this entire time. So I was like, I'm not gonna ask that. I was like, I think we're just done at 97. Can you carry my druid next ladder? Dude, I was thinking about that. I was like, alright, so if I ever do a druid ladder climb challenge, you literally have to find a friend that's gonna carry you the entire way. Like, there is no, hey, let's gear up. It's just like, let's just survive and get carried by a mosaic sand. That's literally what it's gonna come down to. Add me in GDA to the queue? Alright, brother, we'll throw you in there. We'll check in right after this. GDA versus Enigma. That one's gonna be, I'm so pumped about that one, man. That's gonna be so good. Only word on Oppenscrow? I haven't heard from him, dude. He is in the EU, so it's probably midnight or so for him. Did you message him? No, and you didn't hear anything? He's obviously scared, Murder. He's obviously scared. Many times, yeah. Yep, well. Obviously he's scared. Gonna have to count it as a dodge. Gonna have to say Murder SC is just the winner here. Obviously he's scared. Superdude Harlot aiming for 7 or 8. GG, man. Alright, we'll throw you in there. Superdude v Harlot. 8 p.m. by the latest. That's Eastern, I'd imagine. 7 or 8. That could be soon. You know what? 7. We'll say 7 or 8. Could be very soon. Alright, cool. Nimrod trying to bait Will into this. Will's doing a great job here of surviving, figuring out the tactics that he needs to do. He's also keeping Nim in these puddles here, which is not good for him. Nim, I think, needs to disengage from the puddles, not play that game. Bring him up. Catch him coming in. Ooh! Nim gets a nice charge in there. Chooses not to charge back through those traps, though. Very smart. He is going to have to re-bow here. I think he's looking to do it. Looking to gain a little bit of distance here. Re-up on the battle orders. Increase that life. Alright, GG, brother. Hey, sorry, you must have him shitting his pants, Murder. You must have him shitting his pants. This guy has been piling a lot of people up, and I bet behind the scenes he's like, man, I hope I never have to duel that Murder SC on a barb or something. That would be the end. Yeah, keep me posted, bro. Sorry about that. I know it's EU and it's like super late for him over there. It's probably like almost 1 a.m. for him, but yeah, usually he's around this time, but he could be waking up early too. Who knows? Who knows what he's gonna do? Sloot says, I'll fill. Fucking jam it. Ooh, big hits there. Nice hit from Will. The ping is really, really an issue here for Nim, and you can see it. You see how long it takes him to telly after he casts it. That is so sad. That is a sad disadvantage to have in this duel right here. Damn, son. Nim getting punished here. Punished by those traps, punished by that ping. And certainly in these situations, it really does favor the Sin in these very pingy situations, because those traps will have that AI going off and working for them regardless of what your connection speed is, right? As soon as those are on the ground, it's legit. Nice charge there from Nim. Opportunistic. In and out. He is very, very low. Oh, and he gets the tap. He's back in it. He is back in it. Holy shit, lucky tap there. Very lucky tap. And he takes that opportunity to recast that bow. Nim is back in it. Holy shit, from literally moments away from losing the duel to back in it. That was incredible. He's got to be careful not to repeat the same mistakes though and get caught with that bow out. Holy shit. This is epic, man. 3-2 in favor of Will right now. Narrowly dodging that trap shot there from way across the map. I love these pingy shots from the outside here from Nim. Just trying to ping him down, trying to proc that open wounds. He knows if he can get it, he could very easily one Will from here. He could put him to 1. Nice shots, nice prediction there. Knowing he's coming around that corner. Nim going in, trying to get that name lock. Ooh! Love the use of the FOH there. It is possible he could FOH him down. Depending on how much he's committed to that FOH, that might actually hurt quite a bit. Oh, man! 2 big arrow hits there from Nim. And now Will is almost certainly won. He's almost certainly won. It is very likely after 2 arrows that he got cut open there. I'm gonna guess the probability is pretty high. Let's check in from, looking at the wrong screen here. No worries. Don't mind me, just tuning into the wrong Sin player. Oh yeah, he basically won him. Basically won him. Now it all depends on how much he is actually committed to that FOH. It could make the difference, man. Hard telling how much the FOH actually does. And I think that's literally what it's going to come down to. Because if he's committed any sort of serious points to that FOH, which I can imagine he probably did, enough to be annoying with it, that FOH is going to hurt. And there's no real way for a Sin to stack up their max res. And there it is! One FOH does about 200 damage, maybe more, to Nim there, and a huge comeback for this guy. That was absolutely wild. It is now 3-3 in this epically violent Din showdown. Will versus Nim, and it comes down to this. And what will be the final round, unless these guys annihilate each other, you know, that is also an option. This could go to a draw, you never know. Huge. Yeah, I think, well, Nim has to be careful chasing there, too. I think he played that very well. You know, he has to be careful chasing there because that is exactly what the Sin wants. When they get low and they're like, oh, you can FOH me, they'll have shit tons of traps just waiting for you. Right, so you got to be very, very careful. Nim played that very strategically, used that range with the bow, and got Will to walk right into his trap. And here we go, man. The final round between these guys. Uh-oh. Will was like, am I crashing? What's going on here? I can screen share, but my PC is ass, by the way. Hey, we'll try it out, man. If it sucks, it sucks. All right, there's some life tap, and very quickly wears off with that fade, though. It's a very, very small window with that life tap. So far, it's looking like Will is he's on point here. Arrows flying his way, but weapon block, claw block. Oh my god, he gets caught with one. Gets caught with one of those arrows. No open wounds, though, luckily for him. Really love the use of this bow here. I really do think it is an X factor in these Sin matchups with a Din. Both these guys re-upping. What an intense battle here for these guys. Let's see what it looks like from Nim's standpoint. And let's pop over here to the Din play. Holy shit, it comes down to this. What a savage bout. Big hits, though, from the outside for Will, and he catches. Oh my god, huge hits. Nim got caught hard on both sides there. Got caught hard, and he puddled. He got puddled. Nim is in trouble. And there it is. Oh my god, he got puddled. Got puddled hard. What a shitty way to go, but an epic battle. Back and forth between these guys. That was so epic, man. Great duel between them. Holy shit. And these guys somehow got this up and going right away. That was wild. That was just insane. Nimrod v. Will.
I am overburdened.
Epic first fight between Nim on the Din and Will on the Sin. Very, very epic, man. Let's pop over to GDA versus Enigma. These guys ready to throw down in some what will be Zan v Sin. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Enigma certainly is going to have his work cut out for him here, but he's an absolute savage player. I assume it's Zan v Sin here. Yeah, Enigma is on a Sin. Unless they switch something up last minute, but I don't think they did. I think this is Zan v Sin. This is typically in favor of the Zan. However, there are some very, very creative Sin players out there who have made it extremely close, if not look horrible in the past. But Enigma will certainly have his work cut out for him. We're going to see if he can do it, though. This one is going to be another. This one's going to be another nail biter, boys. Get ready for it. GDA, aka the Ariat Summit, on YouTube. This guy, an absolute legend, very knowledgeable player, very entertaining and informative videos, and he's looking to put on a clinic here versus Enigma. Enigma trying to close the distance. It appears as though, this is very interesting, it appears as though GDA is on a Wakazan over here. Good old Wakazan. It doesn't look like he's planning on Tellian at all. Oh, some nice whirlwind there from Enigma. Love it. He actually scored some big damage with that whirl. Could have been the traps too. He got hit with something. And as GDA is running away here, he's trying to catch him with that whirlwind. I love it. Nice shots from GDA. He really did a great job there of capitalizing when Enigma sort of whirlwinded a little too... You know, he just stepped outside of Enigma's whirls and got in there and made it dirty. Nice hits there from Enigma. Now GDA in trouble. Uh-oh. GDA in a lot of trouble. He's going to be spamming that multi-shot. Look at this. Very seasoned player here. Enigma even casting the Cloak of Shadows to lower his opponent's defense and gets there. 1-0. So far in favor of Enigma. Incredible Sin play, I gotta say there. That was nuts. Surprised he didn't fix his both side res this entire matchup since he knew it was lacking. Yeah, I mean, he could have just been going all in and just says, look, just don't get hit. I kind of like that game plan too. Just don't get hit. But yeah, I see what you're saying. Swap out some of those charms, maybe for lightning charms or something. Yep. Zon matchup kind of depends on Zon variant. What do you think of the Walk Zon versus the Sin here? Is that better for the Zon? Better for the Sin? Yeah, I think the biggest thing was the lag. I can appreciate the don't get hit approach. I do that with Cold Stork all the time on both sides. But yeah, the ping was the biggest thing for sure. All right, here we go. Enigma getting in there. That was some deliverance with that Whirl Girl Sin. Big hits there. He's getting in. Enigma is piecing him up with these traps. Big shots, though, there for GDA. Enigma tries to catch him with that whirl as he's running away, but just ends up opening himself up for some big damage. Uh-oh, big shots from GDA. Holy shit, a close round and GDA gets there in that one. This is a pretty epic match, I gotta say, man. Let's pop over to Enigma's standpoint here. Look and see how this is looking here. 1-1 so far between these two legends. Holy shit.
I am overburdened.
Only ever tried Telebo? Yeah. Yeah, I would figure Telebo might be where it's at, but then again, I mean, I would also think that there's perks to having a walk bow too. Whereas they can't really telly away, they're always in those traps. If they post up to start shooting, they just start taking traps. So I would think it's kind of back and forth either way. Walks on strong versus Ghost, but hybrid can fight it. No shit. Yeah, so Enigma chose the hybrid setup here, and this is back and forth so far. 1-1 between these guys. Epic match, man. Epic Sin vs on. Want a Necro versus Necro or Trapper for LLD title match? Damn. Let's go versus Necro. Fuck it. I know it's a bad matchup, but I actually enjoy it. I'll probably be on Charger. Yeah, I think that's what I was going to use regardless. It's just the Charger. Just jam it. Yeah, let's go Necro V charge, man. Oh, big hits there. GDA pulling ahead, now 2-1. I'm in Jack 1-1, Squigs. Dude, he is, man. GDA. Don't underestimate this guy. He is a savage.
I can't carry anymore.
A big Barb and Zan connoisseur here. But also just an absolute savage on this thing. Damn, son. Hell yeah. Squig's ready to jam too. I love it, man. We'll cut over to that right after this. The HLD title bout of the evening. Squigs versus this guy. Hell yeah, man. That's gonna be epic. NA server is alive. Hell yeah, dude. Hell yeah. Ooh. Big hits from GDA right off the rip. Enigma trying to get in there and punish him when he's got that bow out. And I think that's the big clutch thing here. Enigma's gonna have to CT telly in, and he's gonna have to catch him. There it is, just like that. That was very nicely done, but he took so much damage from the outside there. So much damage, but you can see when he gets that one whirl in, look how much damage that is, man. Big open wounds. I think he just needs to come in. He's setting up his traps, and I like that in just about any other duel. But with the Sin, I think you really need to frustrate your opponent first by doing some vicious, like a hybrid here, doing some vicious CT casts, close the distance, whirl, and get out, right? Like, you don't kick around and try to whirl them or something. You get out. Like, you let that open wounds, let that venom take over. And eventually they're just like, well, shit, okay. And, you know, what are they gonna do? They're gonna just start firing from afar. They're gonna have that bow out. And if you catch them with those CT stomps, it gets pretty vicious. Yeah, and get far because that arrow's fucking coming, exactly. Yep, just get in, get out. Just like a Necro would do versus Zon, right? Like, you get in, you deliver your hits, and you get out. Go reset, right? Get in, get out, go reset, go hide behind a corner, let the arrows come by you, recast your Shadow Master, all of that shit. Oak Sage if you have it. Not a lot of Sins go with that route, but definitely could. Yep, just in and out, reset. CT stomping, I think, is the way to go. Because the more he sets these traps up from the outside, I think GDA is going to get the better of him.
I can't.
There he is. He gets in and out. I love that strategy. Didn't give GDA a lot of time to set up, to get ready. Needs to come in from some of these CT angles and just get in there. So far, he's unscathed. See, that's what it is. He's not kicking around anymore, and he's avoiding a lot of damage by doing that. Avoiding a lot of damage by doing that. It's in again. A nice sidestep there from GDA. Beautiful, dude. So far unscathed. This is a lot better setup here, I think, from a lot better strategy, I think, from Enigma coming in like this. So far he's missed, but oh my god, big hits from GDA. So far he's missed. But if he can get these very accurate CT stomps and get... Oh, there it is! Look at that, one hit, dude. He got stuck there, that whirlwind animation. Holy shit, it's real bad on that Sin. Now GDA using that decoy. There it is, another big hit. Uh-oh! He chooses to stay in. Oh man, that's too bad. That was very close. I was gonna say, man, that was good. He was very low there, so he probably just rolled the dice and said, hey, look, I gotta finish with a whirlwind here. But look at this. If he would have got out, that open wounds would have won him. It would have won to GDA. So I really do think that's a great strategy. He says, sorry we had to play EU, but hey, man, hell of a duel. Epic fight between these guys. A little bit of server issues there early on, but you know, hey, it is what it is, man. It is what it is. As they say, Nam wasn't won in a day. Alright, boys, let's get up in here. Alright, here we go. We've got the HLD title bout of the evening. Somehow, they decided Coooley is worthy of taking both, having potentially both titles all at once here. You see my message? Oh shit, he says, I'm at 156 to 203 in here, so we can try, like you were saying, usually it's less than that, but in your games, the servers are kind of wonky right now. BRB real quick. Here, let me see what I've got. FPS, yeah. My ping is looking clean, but... Of course. Alright, Bill, get the punch-out music rolling, alright? Let's get it rolling. Let's get to jamming. We're gonna go with this. We're gonna go with that. We're gonna jam like this. We are gonna keep the juice. We're gonna keep those right in there. In case we need them. Just in case.
Yes?
I will try it. But... probably... can go central after game 1. After round 1. If it ain't a shutout. If it ain't a shutout in favor of in favor of Squigs, he might be able to do it. You never know. All right, man, let's jam this. All right. Oh, hell yeah. Track amp coming up in here. What's Q looking like? Pretty empty after this. We got Superdude and Harlot after this. We also got me and Alex at some point, but... Hey, thanks for the pool, man. Alright, throw me and Havito in. Alright, hell yeah. Havito versus Track Amp. That one's gonna be wild. Ready, brother? Don't pull too much, because we might actually go central after this, Track Amp. On my way. Alright, let's jam it. Let's fucking lock right in, boys. It's gonna be wild. Round 1. Nice shots, Jesus. Damn, son. That's tough to beat. I think he was holding that name lock, bro. GG. I think he was holding that name lock. I should have just got out. Try it here for a bit. You might be alright. Yeah, he says send it. Hey, thanks, Odin. What's up, dude?
Good day.
All right, let's fucking get in this. All right, here we go. Holy shit! GG. Had a flashback to my llama days right there, you know? Just getting in. Just getting in with those sick cuts. That FOH, man, he's done a good job of stacking against that, because that, I thought that was going to be way more of a threat. Doesn't look like it's doing much to him. Nice caught mod. Hell yeah, bro. We might have landed one there. Oh, wall banged. We got wall banged hard. Holy shit. All right. 2-1, man. Holy shit. Didn't think that was where it would work, not gonna lie. Oh, shit. That little wall banger. That gone done doing wall banger. All right. All right. Yeah, let's lock the fuck in, literally. Let's lock in for some vicious CTs. Nice shot. Oh, shit. Nice spear. GG. All right. All right. We in this. Think I was one away. I know, dude. I thought one of them had you. I had a pretty nasty undercut. I was like, oh, that's got to be it. I did the walk-off. I was ready for the walk-off KO, but you walked right in the right direction. That was good. That was a good look. It was a good look. All right, 1-3. It's time for an epic comeback. Nature's Peace, that should do. What's our ham dam? Alright. Cast. Ooh, cast is low. Gotta fix that. Rep life? Oh, hell yeah. We need some rep life. We might have to rep to full, you never know. Yeah, a little bit of pool, and I actually like it. A list of bad ideas. Here's Astrion's. Listen here. Listen here, okay? I've got my strats. Yeah, I should have got a Grief Zerker. Honestly, Max. Probably would have been a good idea. I don't know though. What would it be though? Would it be? Maybe it was that Astrions, bro. A little bit of slow, a little bit of getting it in there.
What can I do?
Holy shit! All right. Here we go. All right, we in this. We in this. Ham worked though. Yep. 3-2. Damn, son. All right. Yeah. I was planning on getting him with Astrions if he walks down. Slows him down for the next walk, you know? We got Shale in this. Probably should be, What? Kind of missing the rep life from that Hodo. Max, this was a bad idea that you gave me. Oh no! I should have kept spinning. You think he'll notice if we just drink one of these real quick, that full reju? I don't think he'll even notice. I don't think he'll notice at all. Oh, nice, dude. GG. Nicely done. Squigs even on high ping. This guy is just a savage, man. It's just how it is. This guy. Well, you're lucky that Max gave me the bad idea to put on Astrions. It was all his idea. I don't know why he ever thought that was a good idea. He told me to do it. You could check the chat. Totally told me to do it. Hey, that's the last time I ever listened to you, Max. Gosh, I think we would have had it, but you know, it's like going back to the Doc Lewis corner, and he's like, man, you really gotta try that Astro. Really what I wanted to do was put on Grief, but then I noticed I didn't have the dex, and I was like, there's no way I'm gonna be able to make that work. So I was like, I need to be able to charge him down, but I should have just kept the rep life. I think the rep life would have been way better there. But yeah. Regardless. Look at this shit, man. Look at this top tier shit. Look at this wand! Alright, we're gonna have to check the tapes. This wand is pure hex. Yeah, I think I need a Grief Zerker on this guy for sure, man. For this very situation. 100% P Spirit? That's sick. 100% P Enigma Mage Plate. 45 lifers. Look at these rep life boots, too. He was in it for the long haul, too. Look at this rep life on the wand. This thing is beautiful. Fucking beautiful, man. That gear is insane. Insane gear, brother. Good duel. Even on high ping. Savage. Absolute savage, man. This guy is wild. This is what I was rocking. We had the Hodo. 15-3, of course. I did switch to this towards the end because the FOH wasn't really doing anything. So I was like, okay, he's kind of prepared for that. I could have swapped to it and put... I guess I could have kept it and used... I'm still getting used to this mage build. I could have used Volcathos here instead. Yeah, I probably should have stuck with the setup that I had. I think that was probably the right play. But yeah, that's He was, I think, under the best case scenario, Squigs is just a savage, man. And that's what he showed here today. This was just crazy. He's a savage necro player, man. All right, let's get up into this next duel as I re-up on me some fucking nicotine here. Oh, we've got Havito. I can hear it in the background. Let's jam it. Holy shit, boys. It's getting real. Let's get up in there. Oh shit, is this for real? Good duel, Squigs. That was epic, man. I knew it was going to be tough, even on Din ping, even on my ping. I was like, man, Squigs has come a long way. He is not the same dueler that he was over a year ago joining the DFC. This guy is top tier savage. Easily able to adapt to strategies now, just pick up on patterns and all of this. I noticed right away, I was like, I'm not going to get him with many cuts because he's opportunistically walking now. I was like, man, this is crazy. That was wild. I think if Mr. Lama ever decides to run that matchup back, I know who my sparring partner is going to be. I know who it's going to be. Stop with Super Front, bro. I always enjoy dueling you. Dude, hell yeah, man. That was epic. Back and forth. I thought I might be able to make it close. If that went 3-3, we were going to go Central. I was like, if I get this and it goes 3-3, we go Central. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Track Camp. I just tuned into Havito. It looks like he's jamming here. I didn't know if it was versus you or not, but yeah, that's who I got on the list. I also got a couple of other people up in here. I see Harlot. I also see GDA Master. He has some other duels, so I'm gonna throw in Harlot, GDA Master, and we'll check in with those guys next. We also had Superdude up in there. Yeah, Superdude versus Harlot. Actually, that's what's going on there. Let's pop into that. Actually, I'm gonna pop into there while you guys get ready to throw down. We'll check out Harlot versus Superdude, and holy shit, man, this is gonna be epic. The return of Harlot. Harlot says, well, we got a little bit of pixelation going on here, but hey, no worries, man. Shit happens. Let's pop in with Superdude. Let's see how let's see how it looks. It looks clean. Looks clean. A lot of potential here. Hell yeah. It looks like it's gonna be, I think these guys went NVD. Yeah, I think they went NVD. Had the option to go NVN, gentlemen shootout with the spears, but I think they went NVD, and I can tell from that COA upon the crown here of Superdude. Looks like he's got himself a COA with that DR. He's got himself that Dungo's belt, of course. Yeah, this is looking good. Stream is good, it's just a little pixelated. Here, I'll show you. If I pop in, look at the quality of it. I'll show you, Harlot. So it's like, yeah, you see, like, you can't even read the words here. I mean, it's fine. It runs, but it's a little pixelated. Might be running at like a lower resolution or something. Ain't no worries. I think we've got a stream. Superdude's looks okay. This looks pretty clean. Superdude been dueling about a week. This will be interesting. Yeah, dude, should be, man. Hell yeah. Yeah, he's got himself a COA. And usually when I see that, you know, it is a good option versus the druids, but usually what you want in an ideal world, right? And it's an expensive sort of helm, but you would ideally want to track it down eventually for this matchup, is a 230-22 open socket with 2 bear runes in it. I say that like it's some disposable throwaway item, but it is technically the best. So when I see that, I know that the Necro will have a slight disadvantage when it comes to run-walk speed. But the question is, how quickly can Harlot punish that, if at all? Right? Like, that's the thing. Spent 2K on this entire build. I can't afford a 220-30. Yeah. I would say you did all right, man, for 2K. That's wild. That's looking good. 125, 115 faster run walk still, though. That's actually pretty savage. Yeah, I was gonna say that actually, that's pretty savage. All right, let's pop in. He says he thinks he fixed it. Let me see here. Let's see here. Let's pop in and see what's going on. Oh yeah, that's clean. That is clean, Harlot. Hella clean. That's it. Hell yeah, brother. Sick. All right. These boys about ready to throw down, man. What up, AF50? Hey, good to see you, man. So far, so good, man. It's good to be back with the DFC. I've missed this, man. Montriana and I ready to roll? All right, hell yeah. You know what? We'll throw you in there. Montriana versus Kyle. Definitely, I don't know why I said Quillrat. Kyle. Kyle versus Montriana. Should be a good duel. Oh, hell yeah, man. I was super happy to duel you since we were both tied for defends or streaks. I noticed it the other day looking at the stats record for DFC, so I thought it was extra fitting we duel. Yeah, honestly, looking back at how that duel got set up, I actually think it was a glitch. So I was going in and setting up fights, and I noticed that I was like pretty highly ranked. And Sogi was above me, but I was number 3, and I was like, okay, well, Sogi isn't here this week, so I guess it's me. But come to find out, I think it was actually a glitch, and I shouldn't have been that high. There was like 2 entries, one of which was getting counted twice. So I tried to fix it as best I could, but I'd already set the matches up at that point, and I was like, well, whatever, like, is what it is. I mean, if the difference of one duel puts you there, like, it's probably close enough anyway. Holy shit, man. Absolute viciousness there from Harlot, coming in with a beautiful telly lock right into a corner. And damn, man. Superdude in trouble early. He realized right there in round 1, he says, you know what, first one's free. He's now noticing who he's going up against. He now notices what he's going up against here. Says, all right, this is a real duel, huh? This is a real duel. All right. Checking out the corner of Superdude here. This is looking pretty crisp, man. He was saying he had a pretty shit computer, but I gotta say, this is looking pretty crisp. So far, we could drop some frames. We never know. Could happen. We'll give it a little bit. I like how he's walking looking for spears, man. For someone that's allegedly only been dueling a week, this guy's looking clean. This guy doesn't look like he's no noob to this matchup. Nice spirit train there. That one might have actually connected. Oh, nice cut there from the Gloam, aka the Harlot. Holy shit, he is back in massive fashion. Oh my god, dude, that was nasty. I think that was some fancy footwork there, though, from Superdude. That's pretty scary. I think Harlot just caught him early there, caught him right in that first part of that round. But dude, holy shit, that was looking clean. That footwork was looking clean. Allegedly been dueling a week, but holy shit, this guy is seasoned. That walk down footwork, that's exactly what you want to do in this matchup. See, NVD is a whole bunch of walking down for the Necro, right? You set up a spirit train, and as your opponent comes in to engage you, you're going to want to be walking down, looking for that name lock and those spears, and that's exactly what Superdude was doing there. But Harlot, also no stranger to an NVD matchup. Here he is, just coming in with some perfect double tellies, like holding on in telly NATO, right? That makes it so that if your opponent is walking down, or if they telly away, pretty much guarantees you're going to be on top of them when you throw that NATO. Constantly looking for those locks. Beautiful hits there, an insane stomp. Holy shit. Now 3-0. I'm blaming that one on ping. Yeah, I agree. Total lag. We're going to look into it. We're going to see if that was actually Harlot lagging the game. We're going to check the footage. And if he was doing that purposely, we will DQ him. We're going to DQ him, Superdude. John IQ, ready to be put in the queue? All right, hell yeah, man. Joby IQ. Hell yeah, we got you in there, man. This is what the queue's looking like so far. We'll go Havito track amp after this. Then we've got Montriana versus Kyle. GDA. I see him still up in there. He's got, I think, a couple of matches tonight. So we'll pop in and see what he's doing. And then Joby IQ. Montriana should make really quick work of the Quill Rat, I can imagine. It won't be a long goal. Nice shots there. Nice spears. Holy shit. I mean, the Quill Rat, I don't know what I'm talking about. That's a duel with Kyle. I don't know why I keep thinking he's going up against some Quill Rat. That's, you know, there was a long-standing joke. Kyle, of all people, he used to drop some hints in the chat about somehow some quill rat allegedly killed me in the Bloodmore. Never happened. Totally fake. But yeah, so that's getting confused. LLD title match in the queue? Yeah, let's throw it in there, man. Coooley versus DD. Let's do it. We up in there. Actually, I remember you saying that earlier. Let me jump the queue a little bit. I remember I think you said that earlier. Let me just jump. Let me jump right in front of Jaw and IQ if you guys don't mind. It's LLD, probably won't last long. Ooh, man. Nice NATO there from Harlot. But beautiful, again, very good footwork here, I gotta say. Superdude is looking really clean. He says he spent only 2K on this character here. Very nice spear stomps here. A nice spirit train to set that engagement up. A beautiful double telly stomp there, though, from Harlot. This guy is certainly a seasoned vet in some NVD as well. Close duel here. Basically, Superdude is really just one good exchange away. Oh my god, sneaky, sneaky name lock. Absolutely insane from both players there. Insane chain locks there. Oh my god, and a great cut. That was back and forth. I gotta say, allegedly Superdude dueling for 1 week, but holy shit, this guy looks better than some people have been dueling years. Holy shit, that was good. He might have lost that one, but Harlot is a savage. Welcome him back to the DFC after a very long time. He's a savage, and I gotta say, that was actually very impressive from Superdude. Looked really, really good. Holy shit, boys. That was wild. Good duel. Traditional NVD from these guys right here. That was wild. Alright, let's get him in there. Let's throw him up into fight of the night consideration. Superdude versus Harlot. Welcome back, man. NVD. Those guys looked clean, both of them. Let's pop over to Havito versus Track Amp now. Track Amp says, might as well just throw this up now as fight of the night, because these guys are ready to bang, dude. Ready to throw down in some absolute epic fuckery inside the DFC. Havito gonna be on the Necro. Track Amp on his signature Shaman Druid. And here we go, round one. Look at this, some very interesting aggression here from Track Amp. He's looking to get in there and get this job done. Taking notes from this Superdude guy. Well played. I gotta say, for COA too, because there was a couple of times where I think if he would have had a 230-20 helmet, would have made a huge difference. And it's rare to say that from, usually when I see someone using a COA, it's like, you know that it always feels like they're leagues away from top tier necro play, but it did not feel like that with Superdude. It was like, literally, you feel bad that it's not a 230-20 eventually, even though we had some pretty decent faster run walk, because it's like, he was walking down perfectly as Harlot was chaining. He was just getting out of the way, but just imagine if he had like a couple more meters of distance there. That could have been GG that round. That could have been it. And it's so rare that I see that setup and it comes so close like that. That was insanely good. Been playing a lot of druids, practicing the walk for a few days now. Dude, hey, look, you picked up on it clean, Superdude. That looks good, man. Insanely good. And I gotta say, Harlot coming back, man, I thought he might be a little rusty. Fuck no, this guy just comes in. That was nuts. Those double telly chains and everything, holy shit. I did not expect seeing that right out the gate, man. This guy's a savage. How many people waiting? We just got we got this duel, Montriana versus Kyle, GDA, then we got Coooley versus DD, Job versus IQ. Should we throw you in there, Foos? Truck ramp with the fire druid. Oh, not necessarily. We might be able to hit, I'm going to check in with GDA soon, because we might be able to mix in some, like, melee duels as well in between, especially if we get longer rounds. It's possible this could go long. And if it does, we might be able to get multiple duels in at once. Ooh, beautiful aggression there from Havito. This is interesting. I almost see Trackamp kind of looking for that Firestorm. He might be looking for the Firestorm Stomp here, which I gotta say, it's very different and might actually catch Havito off guard if Havito isn't ready with the up spear. It's something you rarely see in this matchup because it can be very, very dangerous for the Shaman player. However, it looks like Trackamp might be looking for it. Hence that aggression early on. That was kind of insane. Really throwing a wrench in the system of these Necros, thinking they can bully these Shaman Druids. Might have clocked him with some fire damage there. Some residual Armageddon, if you will. Yeah, I think what we'll do is after this round, GDA, are you doing melee next? I'm gonna check in with you, just see what's going on. And we might be able to sneak a few rounds of melee in between here. Because usually Necro versus Shaman can go long. Shaman versus anything can usually go long. Mainly, that's just the nature of the Shaman Druid damage, right? You have to stay right up in their face, but it's all just constant damage over time. Precision strikes, right? And this is something that Trackamp is very deadly with. As we can see here, he's really working his way in. Getting these angles, I think that's a secret. I think he's going in for a Firestorm Stomp. You just mark my words. We might see that. We might see that this duel. If he can catch Havito flat-footed, which is what it looks like he might be trying to do, catch him with these stomps here where he keeps trying to chain him, and he might not only Molten Boulder him, up Boulder him, but he might throw that Firestorm. Now, I know it is a very, very powerful one in my recent antics in PVM, but I'm not 100% on how effective it is in PvP. Especially if your opponent is very stacked against fire damage. It's a straight fire skill, as opposed to the hybridized damage of something like Molten Boulder, Volcano, Armageddon. All of that is hybridized damage. Not only is it fire damage, but it's also physical. So that will test both of the resistances of your opponent, as opposed to Firestorm, which is going to go real heavy on fire. Yeah, I'm ready, but Sinister's in the kitchen, fast, hungry wolf. Oh shit! All right, no worries. We'll pop in. We'll see how it's going. Just wanted to give you the heads up. We'll pop in during this duel here. Oh man, and there it is. Havito gets there in round one after some big damage early on. All right, Trackamp says, you know what? First one's free. First one's free, Havito. Says, what? I know you think you a chain locking legend over here, but you have not met the Shaman Druid from away. First one's free, bro. Next one, that's gonna cost you.
I can't carry.
Oh, damn, that sucks, Nim. Shit, bro. Sorry to hear that. All right, let's pop in. GDA Master. Let's see if he's throwing down. Looks like his opponent is still in the kitchen, which means he can definitely stand the heat, so that's a good thing. All right, let's check this out from Havito PvP's standpoint. Oh, man. Big damage early on. He does get caught with some Armageddon there, and that's the risk of running a Necro like this, right? So usually, oh, beautiful chains, man. Ever since Squigs has studied the tape and gone back, looked at what was successful in the past, you see a lot more Necros doing this now. He has laid the groundwork for how to do this duel as a Necro. A lot of times we would see Necros before this sit back and spam and spirit, but now, dude, the good players like Havito, if you're good at grabbing these name locks, grabbing these chains, if you're familiar with that, you can pull it off. And that's certainly something that Havito is a long-time Din player. He's so used to quickly grabbing these name locks, looking for these combos, getting these spear, or, you know, just getting these chain hits in there. And he landed some big shots early on. But what he has to worry about... Oh, look at that. We got a little Diablo clone invasion here. Are they starting early over there on TLD? Holy. But what he has to worry about is residual Armageddon. He's got to worry about the Molten Boulder, right? Molten Boulder is probably the biggest thing that that Track Amp can hit with here. But it does require some pretty precise timing. But that is the risk of doing all of these chains, right? Pushing that big pressure with chains. You could get up bouldered, and what that means is your opponent just, as soon as they land, they wait for you to telestomp, and they throw a Molten Boulder in an upwards direction. What that's going to do is catch your character, and the interesting thing about Molten Boulder is it will continue to hit a character that doesn't have block, right? If you don't have block, what happens is your character gets knocked back right into the path of Molten Boulder, and it can happen all over again. But if you block it, it will explode on you, and, you know, it'll be done. The trajectory is over at that point. But if it keeps pushing you back and you continue not to block it, the damage output from a boulder can be pretty insane. And the hitbox is apparently pretty wild too. These are all things that that I believe Squigs looked into. Was that who it was? I'm pretty sure Squigs that looked into like the hitboxes of Molten Boulder and everything. This guy, I'm telling you, for that matchup versus Polytheist, this guy studied the books. He hit the books, man. This brand Doom, by the way, oh, GG. At the hospital, but grabbing a smoke break while my kid's sleeping. Let's see some ish. Dude, shit, I hope everything's all right at the hospital, brother. Damn, son. Well, hey, good to see you, brother, and sending good vibes your way. Gave Track Amp some reps yesterday and some tips. Let's go, boys. Havito, good luck to you too, bro. Hell yeah. Absolute tips and practice rounds with a champion like Stu. That's some big news. That's huge. Ooh, nice spirit there. But again, look at that. Track Amp comes in, gets that name lock, lands that volcano. And that is something wisely Havito gets the hell out of there. As soon as you see that Kano come up, you cannot kick around. It will hit you as soon as it comes up, and it will feel like you can take the damage. It will feel like this ain't so bad. But the second hit, for whatever reason, is always so much worse. So you definitely want to get out of there. And this ain't nothing that Havito don't know. He saw that Kano come up, he says, I'm gone. Yeah, it could bring the bone armor down, but I've actually, going up against Polytheist on a Necro, I've thought it was the bone armor, so I would just get hit with Kano and recast bone armor and just stand in it. Doesn't help. The second hit just fucking flatlines you. It's so heavy. The second Kano hit is so heavy. It was like casted Kano, immediately recast bone armor, boom, second one, vicious. Like shit, dude. Oh yeah, I got you in there, Foos. When I was giving Havito reps, I was baiting his chains and throw my boulder and walk away was working nice. No shit. Did you like walk into the boulder, or was it like up boulder, walk away from it? Into the boulder could be very interesting. We've seen, I think I've seen Polytheist do something similar, which is pretty wild. Let's check back in with GDA here, see if his opponent is back out the kitchen here. Looks like he's waiting patiently for violence. It's just what it is. Nope, he's still in the kitchen. Nope, no worries. No worries. We'll pop back over to Track Amp here. Also see Drofa show up in there, damn, son. ready for my LLD match here too. Let me fire this up. I'm gonna get a game up and going. It might be a couple of duels, DD, but we'll get up in there. We'll at least have a game up. Maybe. Trying to connect. Attempting to connect. Connected. Wow, look at this. Oh, it looks like you got one up too. Hell yeah. Yo, what up, Thomas Huddleston, the man, the myth, the legend, what up? And Ayura, what's going on, guys? Sinister is back, we ready now? Alright, GG, man, let's kick over to it. This is an epic round here so far. But this could be a long duel. In which case, let's check in on our boy. Sinister versus GDA. This one's going to be wild. I'm also going to throw Joe for show up in the queue here. This guy's ready to throw down. Dro Fo Show. Versus... Ah, that's Nim. Alright, GG. That one's gonna be so good. That might also be one that in between matches we can check out. LLD doesn't... Those duels don't typically last long. Alright. Holy shit, man. GDA off to an incredible start here versus Sinister. Look at this, man. He has got himself quite a weapon here. What is this? Has he got himself a mace? Some sort of mace up in his hand here. These guys going with the Fortitude Phoenix. Fortitude Phoenix setup here. Both of those guys allowed to do that in the new DFC rules, and man, has it really opened things wide open here. Tell Tom that Barb is worse to LLD character? LOL. Nah, man. He is pretty savage on that LLD, let me tell you. That's probably one of the most vicious LLD hitters I've ever seen. I'm actually kind of impressed to see the sort of turning of the tide of the Barb in LLD. Not to say that it's a bad class anymore, but it used to be that there was really no answer to it, right? And now we see Dins up at the top. We see Zans bouncing back and forth up at the top. Hello. And at least there's some diversity, you know? We see diversity among people that are able to take down Barb players. And it's a little inspiring, I gotta say, because Barbs are pretty fucking powerful, man. Oh, big hits from Sinister to start things off. Some big return fire here. Holy shit, man. All right, let's bounce back and forth here. Let's check out Havito as we see Havito very low here. Track amp also very low though. This one literally could go either way. We might be at the culmination of this round here, and I like this. Havito using those teeth. Oh yeah, it looks like TLD is starting things up early. 8 p.m. I would assume, unless this isn't TLD launching these D clones. Both of these guys showing mad respect for each other here. Both players very low though. Probably one solid slew of hits from track amp to finish the duel. And Havito might just need one spear. Jovo v Foos, I got you in there, man. Alright, let's pop back over to GDA here, see how these guys are doing. These guys have kept it going. It looks like it's twos in this melee matchup between GDA and Sinister. Man, I can't wait to see this setup. This is very interesting. GDA going in with the Scepter here. The Scepter, the G-Face, possibly? Hard telling that armor. Hard telling what that could be. Oh yeah, it's probably Ford actually. Never mind. We know what that is. That's Fortitude. Big hits. This one could go either way. And there it is. Holy shit. Sinister pulls it out. Insane back and forth between these guys. Let's go in and check back on in Havito. Oh man, it looks like he actually got there in that one. He's coming out. It looks like he just went to town to heal, and he's not picking up his body. It looks like he might have got track amp in that. Might have got him with a pretty vicious exchange, which I believe makes this 2-0 in favor of Havito. Holy shit. Havito getting it done, man. Off to an early start versus an absolute shaman legend. All right, back to GDA versus Sinister in the melee division here. Looks like we got a swap going on. It's now 4-2 in favor of Sinister. He's pulled ahead quite a bit here, so we get to see exactly what GDA is doing over here. He's got himself, yeah, look at that little mace that he's got. Oh, man. That blue-looking mace probably got some Frost Nova or a chance to proc Nova or actual cold damage on it. He's sticking with it, though. He's going with it. All right, here we go. Next round, oh my god, he's going to see if he can come back from it, but some heavy hits. Absolutely heavy hits from Sinister. Now advancing to 5-2 against GDA. This is wild, man. Absolutely wild between these two. Jovo's ready to throw down versus the Fooza man. Holy shit. After this is what it's looking like. We've got Montriana versus the Quill Rat himself, Kyle. Then we've got the LLD title bout of the evening. Javi IQ. And then Foozer Man versus Jovo. Then we've got Drofa Show versus Nim. Damn, son, holy shit. Sinister is really... This is a beatdown. 7-2, holy shit. This is kind of wild. This matchup has changed quite a bit with the subtle rule changes specifically to these types of matchups between the legendary Druid and Din players. In recent history, within the last couple of months, we have allowed Fort Phoenix again in these matchups, similar to what you would really see in like a pub game or really anywhere else. But man, has it shifted the dynamic to be yet an unpredictable one between how this is going to go. It used to be, it got to the point where it was pretty much a Din shutout, with a few exceptions, with a few players being able to come out, you know, develop their reputations as Din killers, but man, it was tough. Damn, son. BVB is typically a boring duel, but if it presents itself, yeah. We try to prioritize entertainment, and PvP usually isn't that. It's a bunch of whirlwind versus whirlwind. It's almost like Melee, but with whirlwinds. They should do that in Melee, though. Just, you get two barbs matched up against each other, they just wave it. They're just like, alright, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna do a whirlwind match. We're gonna say fuck it. If Foos wins, I'll send him some forum gold. Oh, shit. He says, need more some RNG like that. All right. Looks like LX Agent Smith, a.k.a. the GDA, he is looking to pull off the biggest comeback in DFC history. Can he do it? We're going to find out here. Started off 9-2 at this point. 9-2 back against the ropes. Now it's 9-3. Or the shortest comeback streak. Big hits early on. He's starting the round off well. But some big return fire from Sinister. Oh my god, and there it is. Sinister Thrall putting him down. Absolutely insane. Shuts down the comeback dream. Absolutely insane. Dominant performance there from Sinister. That was looking clean, man. That's scary. That's scary for those Din players. Oh, and look at that. Mithril point. Wow, that's pretty insane. Pretty unique weapon there. Now, druids have to get super creative with their IAS breakpoints. A lot of times you'll see them using things like BOTD. That's usually the general go-to. But look at this thing. That mithril point is really cool. Naturally high IAS on it as well. But he also had the 40 IAS roll, which is probably going to allow him to hit all the breakpoints that he needs. Yeah, and some base AR on it. E-Rep Cruel Fool, or it's a Eth Cruel Fool, and IAS with base AR. That's insane. It might actually be Cruel Masters, or not quite a Master's roll, but some sort of low roll on one of the two, giving it that base AR. But look at this thing. There it was. There's the mace, the Ghoul Bar. Cruel Masters, 2 to Din skills on that thing. That thing was beautiful. I had high hopes for it, man. I had high hopes for that thing. It did have the Nova proc on it. That's what turned it blue. I had high hopes for it. That thing looked clean. But unfortunately, Sinister Thrall gets there. Versus GDA Master. Absolutely unbelievable, man. Alright, let's pop over. Havito versus Track Amp. Let's check back in to see how these guys are doing. It's currently 2-0, I believe, in favor of Havito. Now, we also have... we might have a couple of other duels that we can get to. Fooer versus Jovo. I know these guys are chomping at the bit, ready to go. Let's see what this matchup is. This is... it's probably going to be quick no matter what it is. Might be NVN. Did you guys go NVN for this? Yeah, we might kick into that after in between here. This duel is typically a long one, so if you guys are ready, we might kick over and check out a few rounds of that in the spirit of getting a couple going on at once. But no good setup versus Druids, I fear. I had some hope on this idea. It looked hopeful. I saw that blue scepter. I was like, this is looking good. This is looking creative. I saw the G face. I said, this has potential. But damn, man, that's sinister. That sinister Thrall. An absolute sinister, savage opponent. Nice name lock here from Havito. He's holding it very quietly, very sneakily. He was looking to get that. Oh, barrels track amp right into those teeth. He probably took some damage from that. Teeth is, it doesn't do a lot of damage, but it will typically clear up pets. It'll clear up the Oak Sage on top of doing actual damage, right? Little bit of damage. Maybe we're talking hundreds, but hundreds when your Oak Sage is down is way better than, you know, it feels way better. Because then when they recast that Oak Sage, it actually, you'll notice it actually hit for way more. It's a deceptively good hit, but certainly not one that in this matchup you'll usually win a duel by doing. It's more of just harassment. You're looking to feel your opponent out, gauge where they're coming in, get their angle, and when you do, that you feel it out with teeth, right? Just batter down that rep life a little bit. These are duels that they're duels of attrition. They can go the distance. As he looks for that name lock, just like that, Havito coming in like a savage. All right, let's pop in. Let's see if the Foos and the Jovo are ready to throw, if you know what I mean. The Foos versus the Jovo, ready to throw down. Looks like he's on a druid. Is Foos on a druid? What the fook? All right, all right. All right, looks like he's AFK. Going back to Havito. I also see Dro for Show and Nimrod also are ready in LLD as well. Let's pop into that. If you guys are ready, looks like the Foozer man might be AFK, a little smoke break. No worries. We can pop into an LLD match and get that one on the road if you guys want. Dro for Show versus Nimrod. I'm actually super excited about this one. An LLD match of the century. The two most savage Din players. Look at this. These guys might be ready in game. Dro for Show. Out here. Throwing them. Practicing. He's practicing. Holy shit. That is absolutely wild. Absolutely wild. Alright, we're tuning in back into Track Amp's perspective here as he goes up against Havito. Track Amp on the Shaman Druid, aka Fire Druid. Tokening? Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. Take your time. We're just... The queue is getting a little big, so we're just looking for multiple tools to go on at once. No worries. No pressure. It's kind of thrown in last minute. Appreciate you guys' patience and everything, so we pop in and you're not quite ready. That's fine, man. I know there's some people chomping right at the bit, so we figured we'd look, you know. Dro for Show says, just say the word. Oh, man, I'm excited about that one. Two of the most legendary Din players I've ever had the pleasure of seeing duel / going up against. And these guys are going to be dueling each other. It's going to be epic. Teach you the secrets of the Rune Master. I think that's what I would use versus a Druid. I think that's how I'm going to roll. If I have to go up against a Druid, we go in Rune Master. Rune Master, G-Face. I have a 100% perfect F Rune Master with like 40 15s, lows, and a Zod up in there. And it's looking clean. Nice shots there from Havito. That is pretty clean, man. That's pretty close to 100% P. 5 open socket, 261. That only goes to 270, so that's a good find. Yeah, the rest of the gear is really where it's at. That 261 non-perfect one will probably sell for between 5 and 10 jaws. A perfect one might go for significantly more, but even then, probably a 40-15 is worth more. You need 2 of those. Actually, it's just 2 of those, really. 2 40-15s, 2 lows and a Zon. Yeah, no, I hear you. I don't even think I would have that, honestly, GDA, if it weren't for someone giving it to me in a melee game. Like, here, try this out, see what you can do with it, and I finally found a purpose. Worth more than my entire account. Yeah, only. What are they up to now? Like 35, 40 jaws, maybe? A 40, 15? I would guess somewhere, but I would guess like 35 jaws. I haven't priced one out in a while, but... That's what I knew them to be at last. How we looking, Nim? Let me know. Legends say Coooley has a 6-socket moon master. Don't tell anybody that, Massamoon. It's a secret we're keeping. I honestly think Rune Master needs 6 sockets to be like insanely good, but I don't think the base item can have that much, unfortunately. It would be really good though. Need 2 open socket EDC, that could also be really good. Yep, that could be really good. Could be a legit weapon. Could be a legit replacement instead of just a temp. Could be an actual legit replacement on some builds. Ooh, look at this. Havito getting in there with some vicious snipes. We got mad respect for Track Amp here, man. This is an uphill battle against a skilled Necro, but he's doing a great job of closing the distance, looking for these up boulders, looking for these opportunities to capitalize on the aggression of Havito. Doing an incredible job with it so far. It is a back and forth duel. This is how you know you've got 2 very skilled players in this matchup. This is not a short duel, right? Both of these guys very skilled, very patient, with a lot of respect for the other one. And holy shit, man! Patent pending, what? Holy shit, man, 10 gifted memberships, what a savage. Dude, you are too kind, too generous. Thank you so much for that. That is wild. Special cheers to this guy, whatever y'all are sipping on. I see y'all. Make sure to tip one back to this guy. That was super generous, man. Super generous. 10 more people up into the Hall of Fame? What the fuck are we gonna do up in there? There'll be so many... The footprints are alright, you know, this time of year, mud gets tracked in, but it's the fingerprints on the fucking gold statues that I worry about. It's a little inappropriate to be showing that on stream, you know? I suppose I'll allow it. Big cheers, Patent Pending. Thank you so much, man. Let's tip one back to this guy. That was super generous. Wow. All right, let's check in with the LLD Din players themselves. Nimrod was tokening, but it looks like he's out in the blood more here, ready to throw down versus Dro for show, who was getting some reps in. Practicing for this legendary Din. Man, I can't believe that. That is too kind, bro. Too kind. All right, I'll keep that in mind for this. We probably will have some time with this other duel. So after this LLD match, you guys will be our go-to pop-in match as we try to tackle multiple duels at once. Ooh, big damage there early on from Nimrod, but he's kicking around in those ham fields a little too long. Nimrod doing some big damage though. Now switching to that FOH, pinging him down a little bit. This is an HVH duel of the century, boys. 2 of the most legendary Din players in LLD Nim and Dro for show. Oh man, and Nim gets there. Epic HVH hammer duel in the Bloodmore, level 30. And just like that, man, back and forth. Looks like Nim has the option, has the ability to throw that FOH up, which I think in this matchup makes a big, big difference. Crazy, man. All right, while these guys get set up, you know what? I think they might be ready to jam. All right, yeah, here we go. Here we go, man. Diablo says go, and then it says Diablo has invaded Sanctuary. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Ooh, look at that, man. I love this. Dro for show throwing down that FOH as well. Both of these guys capable of throwing the FOH. Ooh, big hams from Nimrod, though. Kited him right into that hammer field as he engaged in that FOH battle. Now Dro ain't gonna win that FOH showdown. And just like that, holy shit. Diablo has not only invaded Sanctuary, but he has taken that ass with him, if you know what I mean. This guy's coming in here throwing them hams in the moor. That was crazy. Epic back and forth. Them off to a great start here. Let's pop in to check out how Havito's doing. He's very, very low here versus Track Amp. Oh, about a third of his life. He's at about 1/3. Track Amp at about 1/5, at about a little under 20% here. Back and forth, man. I'm telling you, these guys, very, very skillful. It is an insane duel. All right, let's kick over to Nimrod's perspective here. This guy is up 2-0 in this epic duel with Dro for show. Oh, bad angle there. Catches Dro for show with some nice hams. Catches him in the puddles too. That was an insane angle cut right there. He's really capitalizing on Dro for show's aggression here. And oh, there it is. That looked clean, man. That looks clean. He's just picking angles so quick. He's picking them so quick. He's right there, man. He's right there. Nim is fresh. Nim was just in the moor. He's like, all right, man, let's get this. Let's get this. He's got his warm-up duels in, all different. Every single division, this guy fights in them all. Every single duel is a warm-up for the next one, is what this guy says. He's ready to throw down these guys. This is what could be the final round here if Nim can take this one too. He's off to an incredible start here. Dominant showing versus the Dro for show. And I gotta say, I actually didn't expect this. If I was a betting man, I would have totally bet on Dro for show here. But you can never bet against the Nimrod. This guy he'll always surprise you. Uh-oh, caught him good in a flawless victory. Damn, son. Holy shit, that was wild.
Oops.
Dro for show says, yeah, you know what? Let me just shake off this DFC ring rust. It's like, all right, you know, this one might be, first one's free, all right? First one's free. But next time, you best be ready. These guys gonna show off some gear here. Love it. And you'll get to see basically what an LLD H-Din looks like. And it appears as though Nimrod was using FOH from his swap, because he just has a natural spirit on the front side here. Look at this. Look at that thing. Meditation, concentration, blessed hammer on a divine scepter for Dro for show. I love that, especially on a divine scepter, because it just affords you so much charge damage too. And look at that helm, 230-22 open socket with min-max jewels in it that were just insane damage. 48 on the max end there. Holy fuck, that was nuts. Yeah, with an amulet and some nasty rings to match. That Libby is just insanely cool, insanely good looking. And Nimrod with the spirit. Gotta make sure you got that rep life. You never know how these duels are gonna go. He's got himself a nice 130-22 open socket. Doesn't necessarily need to cast on the Ami because he's got it on his weapon. That'll get him there. Very nicely done. Incredibly good angles from Nim. Great showing there. That was epic. Nim v Dro. HVH. That was crazy. All right, let's pop back into Track Amp versus
Bye.
The Havito PvP. GG, man. That was sick, man. Dro for show. It's good to have you back, brother. Probably didn't... He probably hasn't gone up against many Dins with the caliber of Nimrod there. I thought that'd be an interesting test. But he is... Let that duel not speak for how good Dro for show is. He's actually a very savage Libby player. Yeah, very, very impressive, man. It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy. The gear that you can get at level 30 blows some people's minds, right? Like, just the level of... The caliber that gear can be is wild. I'll be back. Looking forward to a Dro for show. That's wild, man. I love that, Libby. That setup is so crazy. We've seen you tear some people up with that, man. I thought Nimrod was going to have his work cut out for him tonight. That was... Look, it's just a little bit of DFC ring rust. You just gotta shake it off. Just gotta shake it off. Next time, you just go in there. Take him to Pound Town, you know? Alright, the Foos versus the Jovo is also ready to roll. These guys ready to smack down. Chomping at the bit. I say, while we got the track amp versus Havito going on here, very long, very respectful duel here. I say we pop in to the Foozerman versus Jovo and see how the legendary Foos makes his return to the DFC. And he is on a druid. This guy didn't come here to fuck around. He came here to win. He's got a list of names, and he's about to put Jovo on it. Let's get in there for some druid and necro-based violence.
Nothing will stand in my way.
And he is back. The Foozerman. We can only imagine this guy has been away from the DFC just sharpening his PvP skills. This guy might have lost a round once and said, all right, this is going to take months and months of practice to make sure this never happens again. So he's looking for a clean, flawless victory here versus Jovo. Yep. Oh, yeah. He said he's listening to the stream. Oh, hell yeah. Hell yeah. He's there. He's ready to jam. He's ready to throw down. Foozerman looking to come back in style, but damn, he's got himself now a seasoned and well-rounded opponent. Jovo, not only a savage in the HLD division, but this guy making his first appearance in Melee tonight, and it looked clean. These guys going in for some traditional NVD. Jovo is an absolute savage on that Necro. Look at that run walk speed right there. Beautiful, beautiful south walks. Perfectly countering Foozerman's early aggression there. But these locks, oh my god, look at these locks from the Foos! The Foos! Back in style! Holy shit, that's constant pressure. A lot of that damage there at the end also came from Hurricane. Just so many consecutive chains with the Hurricane constantly going off, constantly ticking down that life total. Blew through that bone armor and just kept up that pressure. Now Jovo in trouble. He's looking for his opportunity, but Foozer never gives it to him. And just like that, man, holy shit, the Foos is back. All right, let's pop in and see how Jovo's looking from this Necro standpoint. He says, all right, you want to play like that, huh? You want to play like that, huh, Foos? Okay. Just had to see what I'm dealing with, you know? Just had to see what I'm dealing with. A little bit of frame drops here. We have the audio, but a little bit of frame drops. I'm gonna just swap back over to Foos so we don't see this 1 frame per second. And he's already scored some big damage. Uh-oh. Oh my god. And look at that, dude. He is just ready. You notice the big task of the Druid player here is to close the distance and throw that NATO. It's a very linear game plan, but not so straightforward as oxymoronic as that might sound. The linear part of the game plan is the druid wants to use teleport to close the distance and throw a NATO on his opponent. Pretty straightforward. That's basically always how it's gonna go. But to get there, you have to fight against the absolute fanciest footwork of some of the best Necro players out there, which is certainly something that Jovo is. So the Necro is going to be trying to thwart those stomps by walking down, making sure that whenever you do stomp him, he is not there, right? But the way around that is these beautiful chain tellies, perfectly timed. Look at that aggression, man. There is no room. There is no escape for Jovo. As soon as Fooer grabs that lock just like this, he's in trouble. And a savage quick 3-0 here so far. Jovo says, geez, dude. And Jovo is a savage Necro player. Jovo is top tier. One of my favorite, I think one of the best Necros out there. So what we're going to do is we're going to look into the footage and make sure that Fooer Man isn't hacking. And if we find anything even questionable, we're just going to have to permaban him. Look at this, though. In all seriousness, you see this in a pub game? You see someone just grabbing these locks and chasing you with absolute... Look at this. Just grabs it. Nice spear, though, there from Jovo. That's exactly what he needs to do. He's now figuring out the pattern here. He's now figuring out his opponent's pattern. And he could come back from this. But look at this. Nice cut there from Fooer as well. But look at this. You see that in a pub game? Someone just immediately grabbed that name lock with that constant harassment. Constantly keeps chaining you with perfect timing. You would assume this guy is hacking. Some beautiful cuts here. Beautiful spears, though, from Jovo. Nice shot again from Jovo. And he tellies away to reset. Very, very smart. You don't want to give Foos the opportunity to get these cuts, get that lock. Nice shots. Jovo really coming back in this round. Oh, man, and that stomp, though. That stomp off of the pet, and just like that, holy shit. We were rooting for the Jovo comeback. But damn, he played very well in that last round. Yeah, FT4. GG, man, holy shit. All right, let's pop back over to the track amp here. 3-0 so far in favor of Havito. But also on the lineup here, thank you guys again for your patience. I know sometimes it can get pretty backed up with the queue and everything, but I appreciate you guys' patience. This is dope, man. We're getting down there. We've got Montriana versus Kyle, and we could kick into that whenever you guys are ready. I know we've been back and forth with some pressing time limit. Oh, look at this. These guys might be done. We might just be able to go over to the Montriana versus Kyle. Definitely not the Quill Rat right now. Holy shit. Oh my god. These guys be throwing down. All right. It looks like it is underway, boys. It looks like it is underway. All right. Kyle, this guy is obviously not a Quill Rat. He is a Cold Sorceress. That's good. Didn't know what to expect. Dialing into this stream, but we are here. And holy shit, Frosty is his name. Versus Hannibal, aka Montriana's Den here. Now, we have seen Hannibal before. He takes a few different forms, but usually we have seen some aura fuckery from Hannibal, which I gotta say, it's pretty cool to see. And it's certainly something that can harass a Cold Sort player as they close the distance and try to get those off on you. It can be pretty vicious. All right. These guys ready to throw down. It looks like they were getting some reps in here. John IQ still in the queue. Yep, we got you there, brother. We got you there. This is what the queue's looking like. It's Montriana versus Kyle. And I know you guys have been waiting patiently. So has DD. This is what we've got. We've got Montriana versus Kyle. DD versus Coooley for the LLD title. Oh my god, dude. Huge hits from Hannibal, a.k.a. the Montriana. Huge, dude. And then we've got you guys. So we've got Ja versus IQ after that. So this duel, me and DD, Ja, IQ. GG's, man. That was epic. All right. Montriana, a.k.a. the Hannibal. These guys throwing down so far 1-0 for Montriana. Oh, look at this. Okay, Montriana trying to charge in. He might have some aura fuckery, but it's hard to tell at this point. He might just be going in hard on charge. He is playing hyper aggressively here. I love this, man. I totally missed what he got him with that first time. But look at this. I love this because Kyle appears to be on an ES sword. He might be on Immortal Blizz. Possibly not. Because if he's on Immortal Blizz, I think Gurks is definitely the choice. But look at this. Look at this. He gets hit once, and that is some big open wounds right there. That's going to put him down real low. And there it is. The FOH going right through. Holy shit. Yeah, he's definitely at, he's not Immortal Blizz because he's got mana pots, which means that he's at 80% ES. So totally cool, totally allowed. Usually anything over 80% ES, you can go up to 95, but at that point you can't use mana pots. So if you see an ES Sork with mana pots, pretty good indication they have 80 or less. Yeah, 80% right on the nose. You almost got him though. He had 2/5 HP left. Interesting. Sometimes you don't have time on a Cold Sorceress, on a Blizzard, oftentimes to get a health check on your opponent, right? To see that life total check. You just gotta spray and pray sometimes. And even with Blizz, a lot of times, you know, it catches a lot of hate in the community. But the good Blizz players know that oftentimes you actually don't want to get a name lock with Blizz. Sometimes you do. Sometimes if your opponent is teleporting away or whatnot, yeah, definitely take a name lock when you can get it, right? But a lot of times what you want to do is hit right under their character's feet. It's the best part. It's the best place to hit them because that Blizz could actually come down and hit twice immediately. There's a better chance that it immediately hits in the first place when you do that. 85 life here for Kyle. Definitely not the Quill Rat. But the good thing is, as long as he isn't 1 life, it appears as though that FOH isn't going to get through that mana shield and do a significant amount. It looks like that was literally 2 damage. He's throwing in that Frost Nova too. Very interesting. I gotta say, this is probably one of the coolest Cold Sork setups I've ever seen. I love this strategy here. Kyle now trying to kite Montriana. Oh my god, and he gets him with the bow. Holy shit, Montriana busting out the bow. Reaching god level on the din. He says, yep, should have expected that Widow, LOL. Wild. Yeah. Weasley Widow, says Montriana. Holy shit, it's 3-0 for Montriana so far. Yeah, if Kyle catches Montriana with a Blizz or something while he has that bow out, can promise you from experience, he's going to be very, very weak. The cold resist just isn't the same. I mean, you're giving up essentially your spirit, which is going to have, what, 80 cold res on it, and potentially Hodo or whatever else your weapon is. Now, you could have a 30 cold res Jewel in the Widow with some IAS there, but I'm guessing that's probably not what Montriana has. Might have some open wounds, I would guess. Definitely a good play versus an ES Sork. That's probably the better play. Yeah, what Kyle is trying to do here, it's very smart. He needs to bait in the aggro and cut him off. I'm not sure how much that Frost Nova is doing. I think he's trying to hit him, freeze him, slow him down. But it looks as though Montriana does indeed have Cannot Be Frozen. So the Frost Nova isn't gonna do anything there, and I'm not sure how much damage it does. That's the thing. We've never seen that before. It's certainly very interesting. But he's hit him with a few. It may have been the only way that he's hit him, and he's taken him down about 20%. So it's some nice little ping damage. He might be trying to punish him as he comes in and charges. But he's got to be careful to get out of there, too. You know, can't be pinging him down too much. Ooh, man, going in for those hits, but he gets cut open with those arrows. Kyle can certainly use his range here. Oh, man, we did get a little bit of a life check there on Montriana, and Montriana is very low. Kyle just needs to kite Montriana into some vicious aggro, whether it be a blizzard or an orb or something. Needs to kite him with some vicious, into something vicious. Uh-oh, there it is! He gets there with the screen shake, just like that. And we've got a duel, boys. We've got ourselves a duel. Kyle is on the board. Now 3-1 in favor of Montriana. Kyle trying to make an epic comeback here.
The Order welcomes you.
Greetings.
Just got a message from my partner in crime for the Sin v Sin 2v2 matchups as well. That just started up today. It's possible we get a duel in for that, some 2v2 Sin v Sin. But we're going to prioritize the DFC fights, you know. Put Riz and I in the queue. Oh, hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. Riz v Pauly. That's going to be sick. Yeah, we'll see, man. There's a lot. We got a lot of fights in the queue, right? I want to prioritize these fellas here. This is an epic bout here. Kyle coming into the DFC against a seasoned legend like Montriana. This guy, I still don't fully know what Montriana's din is doing, but it is certainly very effective. And this is the scary part about dueling Montriana, is you never know what he's up to. You never know what his build is capable of. Anything from these smites, which it looks as though he might have a pretty considerable amount of open wounds, which is indeed a good call versus an ES Sork. Certainly not 100% though. He doesn't have 100% open wounds. He just connected on Kyle there and no cuts. So that's good. Good for Kyle. But just goes to show he probably has grief. He certainly isn't on poison damage then, but probably has grief. Likely is just a big charger. He's getting some big charge damage in there. Kyle is kiting him into some aggro, and just like that, now 3-2, still in favor of Montriana, but that one was close. You notice Kyle's mana went down to absolutely almost nothing right there. That's a very scary point to be at as an ES Sork, because as soon as that goes, you know the life isn't far behind it. And if you look at his core life total there, even with bow, sub 900. It isn't a lot, man. If he can get through on that, it's going to be a quick fight. But it looks like Kyle must have studied his opponent's build here a little bit, because he's got his SS on, which will help with his block chance, but also gives him some DR. Not really necessary, I don't think, on an ES Sork. However, it might indicate what he's preparing for, which is Montriana just being a pretty vicious charger. You never know what this guy's going to be. He might be he's actually just might be a ranger. He's got his bow and he's doing some pretty vicious charge damage. I think he's a ranger. I think we've got Texas Ranger Montriana up in here. Oh my god, and a one shot right through the ES to clean it up just like that, man. Holy shit. Wow, right through it, man. Yeah, definitely big on the charge there. That was crazy. That was crazy, man. The Manti Ranger. Epic bout between these guys. Welcome to Kyle right there. That thing looks clean. That was some great play from Kyle as well. Kiting into that aggro. Just got caught with that big charge. That was crazy. Alright, I'll let DD know we up next. Should be able to jam. Alright, boys. Let's get ready. Let's get ready for the throwdown. These guys showing off some gear here, actually. I like this. Let's check this out. We've got some Nightwing and some Skin of the Viper Magi for Kyle. Keeping that cast rate up. Defathom. So he's got that heavy cold damage.
Impossible.
Heavy cold damage. Look at this! Those charms in his inventory might suggest that he did kind of have like this hybrid immortal Sork setup. Because I'm gonna guess, yeah, I'm gonna guess they're like stat and mana charms. That is very interesting. Usually you would see those more on a 95 ES Sork, but I gotta say I appreciate the approach there. Like that just makes it so he's super tanky. They usually pay off a bit more on a 95 ES Sork. But yeah, a lot of mana here. Faster run walk mana charms. We need to get this boy the hookup. I think I might actually have some strength mana charms that could help this out a lot, man. Especially if you go to 95 ES, get yourself a little Gurks up in there. It's tough versus a charger because they can still just go right through the ES. Even when you have the nastiest immortal setup, they can go right through it. Look at this helm. Look at Montriana just setting up. This guy has stepped it up. Jeweler's Diadem of the Magus with the cast, with the Thul runes, with the looks like 3815 in there as well. Damn, son. Damn. Wild. Yeah, this guy was definitely on a ranger. This was a crazy one. A little bit of FOH splashed up in there as well. Just really mixing it up, keeping it interesting here. I'm gonna guess those are max AR lifer charms. Yep, max AR lifer. It could go either way with the skillers. It could be max AR lifers or skillers for the grand charm. Yep, max AR lifer. This guy's a ranger. That's really cool. It's been so long since we've seen a ranger in the DFC, and certainly cool to see a win from one against such a savage opponent, such a savage matchup here. That was crazy. GG, man. Epic throwdown. Thanks for showing off the gear too, guys, and most importantly, thanks for your patience. That is wild. What a great duel. All right, boys, let's get ready. It is time. It's just about that time. But first, I gotta take a piss. We gotta be on point for versus DD here. We can't be making any mistakes. So let's get ready. All right. You know what time it is. Give me that beat, Bill. That's it. That's it. It's time to hold on to the title. We didn't do so good in our first matchup earlier in HLD. You ready, brother? All right, he's on the Necro. I'm on the Charger. It's time to get in here and make it count. Let's do this. You too, man. Ready when you are. All right, here we go. Oh, shit. Nice trap, nice trap. Oh, man, he caught me. GG. All right, no problem. We got caught with some weird shit early on in that. We got caught with some weird shit. Mad hacks. Yeah, I tried to catch him running there, but he stopped just in time. Caught that block, got it in there. That was nice. That was nice. Looked clean. Looked clean. All right, 0-1. Big comeback time. Yeah, that was good. That was really good. He's in trouble. GG, holy fuck.
Greetings.
All right, 1-1, baby. Oh, nice cut. Nice cut. I thought I was gonna zigzag in there and land that one. I could see it like Brad Pitt and Troy, man. I was ready with the zigzag. All right, here we go. Fucking shit. Alright, rep to full. Rep to full. Damn, son. We got caught. Fucking bone walls. I went for it. I shouldn't have.
I can't carry anymore.
All right, this could be it. Surprised I lived that. I lived through that. Good duels, man. Miserable matchup, but he got there. Super lucky blocks. I think I blocked like 5 in a row. Yeah, it was crazy. I was like, I had to go for it there. Honestly, didn't like how my life was repping, but I guess it's legal. Maybe it's not, actually. I don't know. I'm gonna have to check this. I noticed that this had rep life on it. So I was like, I feel like I'm repping back a lot. I just need to go for it. If I get it, I get it. If not, I die. Bring back the cracked barb versus charger, right? Right. GG's, man. Congrats! New champ! And just like that, boys, the Dean is dethroned. We got Donger up in here now, too. I gotta put this guy in the queue. Donger V. Damn, son. Well, we lost it. It is a tough match. I thought it would be actually closer. Because I used to be really good versus Necros. I think I'm just a little rusty. I could feel I fucked up a lot. But yeah, I think that could have been better. Next time, it shall be better. I feel like I was just a regular pub shit charger. But next time, boys. All right, well, next up, we've got Ja versus IQ. Yeah, it's all right. DD, you can't make a mistake. He's so fucking good, man. He's so good. You can't make a mistake versus DD. The icy dicey himself. He's too good. I just felt like I was a little too rusty. I was like, I should be winning this. I should be picking my shots here. I've got him tellying a lot. I was like, that's exactly what we want. Piss through all of those telly charges. And then we just we turn it into a... ideally, we also want to turn it into a very miserable duel. That's like kind of what you want to do. But it looked like he was ready for that. He actually knew that. But Icy Dicey is he ain't no chump. He knew that I was probably going to be ready to turn it into a miserable fucking duel. Where you just FOH the whole time. You know, and then eventually they stop thinking that you're a charger and you get in and charge them, right? But no, he played well. I was a little rusty. Till next time, Icy Dicey. Yeah, he is a savage. I feel like I just played like shit. I could totally at least make that closer. I just fucked up. But that's all right. Much deserved champion. This guy is a savage. He is a... I feel like between him, me, Op, and Scro, we got the old school LLD 909 going on. We just keep passing it back at the top. And, dude, it's pretty crazy. But yeah, good duels, man. Oh, shit, I didn't. Let me actually, I gotta do that. Let me pop in and pass him the belt. You right. Fuck, bro. Got a belt for ya. Thank you for the reminder, bro. Okay, I'm gonna put this here. DFC champion LLD belt. Thank you for the reminder, Nim. Holy shit. What a loser. What a loser I am. Alright, we back in this. We back in this, boys. Thank you, Nim. Almost forgot. Yeah, we gotta keep the tradition alive. One of Icy's strengths is his patience. He really has strong game knowledge and times his engage as well. You see him in SVS. Dude, I heard he's so nasty in SVS. Yeah, he is very patient. Yeah, I think, you know, like, if I was going to turn that into a savage, miserable duel, which I had the thought, I was like, all right, just rep to full and turn this into a fucking misery. But I was like, we got other fellas ready to duel here. I was like, we can't be doing that. But ideally, you just FOH the whole time, and it stops the rep life. With 1 point in prayer, you can out-rep them all day. So it's like you just turn it into a really miserable duel. But I was like, that's not cool. We can't be doing that. And by the way, this one is sick. And holy shit, speaking of sick.
Grin, Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to the tax man, the Bada himself. Bro, thank you so much for the 100 spot. Special cheers to this guy. Let's tip one back. Bro, it's really a shame we weren't able to be on a team, Sin v Sin. Much like what we're seeing here. We'd take that whole fucking thing down, dude. They wouldn't want it. They wouldn't want it, man. Thank you so much, bud. I really appreciate that, man. That's not necessary, but certainly much appreciated. And holy shit! Speaking of not necessary and much appreciated, 10 gifted memberships from Kyle. Holy shit. Dude, it was so good to see you in the DFC tonight, Kyle. That was so epic, man. So epic. We gotta get you some gear, bro. We gotta get you the hookup. Bro, thank you so much. Really appreciate it, guys. Kyle for the 10 gifted memberships. And Bada for the hundo spot. Jesus. So pumped, man. So pumped. That's so crazy. Alright, boys. We've got Ja versus high level IQ going on here for some Sin v Sin. My boy Bada knows all about this. This guy, pretty consistently, pretty highly ranked Sin v Sin player. Sin PK ladder ain't ready for this guy. He is a nasty hybrid player, and that is essentially what we get to see here tonight in this Sin v Sin. DFC rule says both of these guys gotta be world girls, right? You gotta have that Chaos Claw, no trap GCs. We took that straight out of the pages of Sin PK. I really love it. I think it makes for some very interesting, very engaging Sin PK matchups. And certainly way better than they used to be. Trappers would take over. Trappers would just win all day, but you would have the most miserable matchups. People would just cast traps and wait for their opponents to run into them. As the great Bowie once said, the person who gets aggressive first is the one who loses. And that's typically how it is in Trap v Trap. Well, this time, if you want to be a trapper, that's fine. But you got to have a Chaos Claw. You got to have the ability to whirl. No trap GCs. Those aren't allowed in DFC. Big hits here. Holy shit, man. Ja getting pieced up by that Whirlwind versus IQ. High level IQ. Certainly showing some high level Sin IQ here. He might be on a straight Ghost. We don't see many traps coming from IQ. He might be on a straight Ghost. And I recognize that name too. I recognize the name East. This is not the first time we've seen this guy. This guy is, I think he is actually straight Ghost. Oh, big hits there from IQ. Yeah, who makes the best marshmallows? Exactly. Yeah, big shout out, big happy new year. Thank you so much, Bada, and thank you so much, Kyle. That's crazy, man. We might have to refill the cheers chalice here. Close duel between these guys. High level IQ sitting there in those traps, barely escaped, and there it is, the Mind Blast PK to finish up the rest of it. Very close duel between these guys. Now this is some Sin PK, man. Holy shit. I'm so glad we added this into the DFC. I actually now absolutely love seeing this matchup. It's one of my favorite ones to see is Sin v Sin. I think it's so cool. You know, sure, this is a matchup that your gear matters a lot, but it's not quite like Melee in the sense where it makes all the difference. Your game knowledge, your patience, your level of skill on the Sin also does make a pretty big difference. You know, and both of these guys, legendary Sin players. High level IQ seemingly making his DFC debut, but I recognize that Sin. This corner map is giving me anxiety. Oh, well, this is actually what they call the H map. This is actually highly desired in PvP. This is the map that most people strive to get right here. They will literally create game after game after game until they get an H map and the more H bridge map like this. Yeah, it's pretty clean. It makes it so you can't really run and hide behind corners too much. You know, without running the risk of getting wall banged. Yeah, it's a pretty good map. Pretty well rounded. We also famous for the quote, "Want some free form gold." Now look here. All right, Bowie ain't a perfect human being. All right. Yeah, I think he put a lot of stock into D4 PvP being good as well, and man, it's kind of turning into D3 PvP, PoE1 PvP, where it's just a whole fuck ton of one-shots and no interactiveness, no real way to. I wish they would focus on it and make it good, but it doesn't seem like a big priority, and I get it. But man, would be nice to see an ARPG with comparable PvP to what we've got in D2. It's just so good, man. Just so good. Yeah, I think so. I think it died season 2, it was on its way out. Season 3, I think, was the ultimate death of it. Yeah, it really is Superdude. He's on there pretty much every day, really. No shit. Oh yeah, oh, League of Legends, yep. Yeah, I heard he's a big League player now. Yep. Yep. It's unfortunate, like I said, that D4 PvP didn't turn out to be good. Bowie has the worst quotes? Dude, he has the best quotes. He has legendary PvP quotes. The "in a real duel" quote is literally like a cult classic piece of history. How lucky we were that someone was watching Bowie's stream with the ability to clip it. And there it is again, 2-0 so far for Josh, showing his prowess on this hybrid sin. Now, it looks as though East is a straight ghost. And what the difference here is, and you know, how this is kind of set up and what's going on, is you have a ghost who is trying to deliver all of her damage via whirlwind, right? She's basically a barbarian with Mind Blast, while you have Jaw on a hybrid sin. No, it's FT4 Jaw, FT4. But yeah, so he's trying to get his damage in there with traps and with whirlwind, right? So hard telling exactly what his claws are. I'm not sure if they're I'm not sure if he's got himself a pretty nasty like E-Rep rare, or if he's going more towards the spider approach. Based on his play style, I think he's a spider. And the, you know, I used to be so confused about the different variations of sins, but a hybrid sin is one that kind of does both trap damage and pretty considerable whirlwind damage, physical damage, right? You also have venom in there, right? You know, that does some shit. But a spider sin is she kind of lacks the damage with whirlwind, so she'll rely on cutting her opponent open with whirlwind or using that venom damage, basically damage over time instead of raw physical damage on the whirlwind. Definitely requires a different skill point allocation if you're a hybrid sin. A lot of things to focus on, but if you have the gear, you can really pull it off. Botosaurus has an insane hybrid sin. One of the coolest ones I've seen. Certainly hybrid sin goals, and you need very specific gear to build one. But then, even if you do build one, you need to build it right. You need to know how to run it right. It's the sin PK realm is a very interesting one. Do you know who I am, sir? Yeah, exactly. Do you realize that I'm one of the more well-known, better duelers in PvP community, right? There's but maybe a handful of people who can compete with me 1v1, much less who can actually beat me. This is my last interaction with Bowie, first minute. Little did he know, did he say that to you, Paulie? He said that to you? That's funny, because then Paulie goes on to be one of the biggest win streak reigning defending DFC HLD champions. You should send him a message, be like, you do know that I'm one of the longest reigning DFC champions of all time, right? There's only few that have ever competed with me 1v1, and I can count on my hand how many have beat me. Yeah, that's hilarious, man. So far, Ja is up 2-0. I think this matchup right here certainly does favor the hybrid Sin, but a Ghost Sin can catch their opponent, right? Right now, what we're seeing is East is teleporting around a lot, suggesting he's on Enigma, right? Which is, you might be like, well, yeah, obviously, right? Well, no, not necessarily. Ghosts sometimes, especially in Sin PK, will opt to use Fortitude. As crazy as that sounds, it is pretty common. And the damage from Fortitude is pretty insane. You can still actually kind of pseudo-telly around with Dragonflight and with teleport charges if you have the right gear. Like if you have telly charges on an, say on an amulet, which you probably wouldn't want it there, but certainly on a helm is the ideal place. Yeah, and you can deliver some pretty vicious damage with that. It's borderline, when you do catch your opponent, it's like KO damage. It's so vicious. But that kind of evens it out. But he's on Enigma, which tells you that he's really just going to be patient, looking for his angle here. And he's doing a great job in this round. He is getting pieced up by some of those traps, but he is being a little bit more patient, trying to kite Ja into his into a proper angle here. But Ja's just being very patient as well, keeping those traps up. Nice whirl there, and he's going through, trying to get it. Oh my god, and there it is, the annihilation. Now 3-1 for these guys. That was the best the East, aka the high level IQ, could hope for. Or is it or is that actually 3-0? Is that 3-0? Either way, I think it was a very strategic win right there. The mutual annihilation right there. Yeah, he's pure ghost, pure ghost. I recognize that name, East. Yeah. Crazy, man. Yeah, good. I'm glad you're enjoying it, Luke. That's awesome, man. What do you think of the new season? I saw Looter's video where he did an Arctic Blast Druid, which is funny because I'm working on something similar right now. It's taking forever, but yeah, they did some crazy shit there. These guys showing off some Sin gear. They technically have another round. It technically isn't over. But high level IQ, he might not know that. He's coming back to the DFC from a very long time ago, I think. But a draw is a draw here, I think. If it was 3-0, it would just be a draw. Which is epic, because this fight is pretty sick, man. We also have Alex versus Coooley. This was so long overdue. I apologize for that. Alex, if you're still around, we can jam it. In some melee. That one, I feel bad. I kind of threw that in there late. But if you're around, my friend, we can finally jam some Din v Din. Hell yeah, hell yeah. Let me know, dude. Yeah, I was like, shit. That one's long overdue here. Let me, I'm gonna exit out of this, save some frames, pop open the main account.
I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore. I am overburdened. I can't carry anymore. I can't carry anymore.
Hell yeah. Yeah, there was, and then I remembered, I was like, oh yeah, Alex was trying to jam too. I was like, shit, man. Yeah, it felt bad. It's a little late, but we getting up in here. I guess I gotta pull out Negan. This guy has not seen the light of day in the longest time. Alright, he's just about ready. Yeah, I got that old school Din set up, man. Alright, yeah, let's do it. He's ready. Let's pop up in here. I think, oh yeah, these guys are going for it. These guys knew it was a draw. They're gonna keep going. Let's check it out. We'll pop in right after this. Right after this, Alex, we'll get it in, and then we got Riz v Polly. And I also see Donger up in there for the melee title. That one's gonna be so epic. The Jagger Swags, I haven't heard from this guy yet. Usually lets us know the eagle has landed. Yeah, I think these guys might have, they have anywhere from like 1 to 4 rounds. They could keep annihilating each other. That could also be a thing. Nice telly chain there, though. From East, aka the high level IQ. This guy's a savage. I love me a Ghost Sin, man. Even though it's technically, I think, a little bit at a disadvantage in this particular matchup, I enjoy it. I think it really comes down to patience. Usually with a Ghost Sin against most classes, you want to get hyper aggressive. You want to get in your opponent's face. But in Sin v Sin, I don't really think that's the case. I think you just be patient, make sure that there ain't no traps up before you engage. Just wait it out, right? So far, he's off to a great start. Now Jaw trying to catch him in these 5-stack traps and force him to engage, force him to whirlwind while there's a ton of traps on the screen. That's his goal in this here. He's going to try to utilize that range. He might be able to, in a perfect world, go toe-to-toe with him with whirlwind, but he isn't trying to do that. It's basically free damage if he can stay out of the way of that whirlwind and land these traps. He did just get caught right there. No open wounds, though. No, not much venom. No open wounds. And he's still at a pretty healthy life total. Certainly not, I wouldn't say Mind Blast PK, but probably pretty close, honestly. I think if high-level IQ goes for it, he has a good opportunity. He might be able to get it, but he does risk having traps laid down on him while he does that, which is a little scary. Oh, and there it is. Nice hit. And now I believe it's 3-1-1. 3-1 with a draw in favor of Jaw so far. This is crazy. The Seagull has landed. Hell yeah. Eagle is in the shower at the moment. Almost landed. Yeah, the Seagull. Well done, Nim. Top tier. Top tier comedy. Smolps and myself in the queue for Melee? Oh, Fook, yeah, bud. AF50 versus Smolps. I was waiting for that one, man. That's going to be so good. This is a sick Sin PK matchup right here, man. Holy shit. Holy shit. All right, here we go. The violence commences. The violence continues. Throw me in Dirty in the queue. Oh, shit. Dirty V, the charging champion. It's the Jits. Damn, son. Wild. Oh, man. You notice here, too, we don't see a lot of, we don't see Jaw using Blade Shield here, which is, it could just be that it ran out, or maybe he didn't cast it, but that is also something that, as you telechain your opponent, that can do a pretty significant amount of damage, in addition to the whirlwind damage that you do at close range as well. There is a lot of tricks, a lot of subtle tricks that a Sin has. And then also, East, as a Ghost Sin player, could throw 1 point into Blade Sentinel, could set that up, you know, have some resistance or some other threats as his opponent navigates the map. We're not seeing a lot of that here. This is just pure, these guys are just, they've got laser sights on each other and they're hunting each other down. A very aggressive Sin v Sin match, I gotta say. I really love how this duel has progressed. I mean, if you guys remember the old school days of the DFC, Sin v Sin had to be some of the most miserable fucking shit to watch. And now I truly do believe, like, this is actually pretty sick. Very, very close duel. Nice traps there. Jaw landed. Had a nice, like, star pattern right around high-level IQ. Was able to land some significant shots there. It's very likely that instead of trap GCs in his inventory here, Jaw's just rocking shadow GCs for the DR, for the weapon block. There's a lot of benefit that you get from that. Just, you know, from having those plus to skills there. Especially when your whole goal is to just thwart the damage, minimize it as much as possible against a Ghost Sin. Jaw trying to look for that opportunity to recast battle orders, but IQ not giving him a lot of windows of opportunity to do so. Always, constantly right behind him, pushing that pressure. Yeah, that's true too, honestly. SVS used to be pretty miserable. But now it's I think it's pretty exciting, man. Ooh, man, this could go either way. Jaw is very, very low. And so is IQ. Oh, and there it is. Jaw gets there with some very nicely placed traps. And just like that, man. Holy shit, there it is. Wow. Alright, boys. It's time for some din-on-din violence. All right, here we go. Let's pop in here. What is it? Is it Coooley, Alex? Oh, yeah, there we go. Gotcha. All right, we up in here. We up in here. Look, the Punch-Out theme is obviously not working tonight. So, you know, what I'm going to need is I just need you to mix it up, Bill. Just give me something. All right. All right, yeah, that'll do. That'll do. That'll do. Alright, let's make sure we've got the right shit on here. We probably could token. Yep. I'm gonna do a quick token. Alright. Looking clean. Looking clean. Alright, looking good. Let's do this. Here we go, man. Me versus Alex. He's got the Smiticus. What is it? He's got Smiticus. He's using Smite. That's illegal. We gotta beat him down for that. We gotta beat him down for that. Oh my god, we got there. I forgot to put that other charm in, too. That's embarrassing. This doesn't count. This doesn't count. Hold on. Doesn't count as a swap. That should have been in there. That should have been in there. Doesn't count. You didn't see nothing.
Yes?
I've done that before, yeah. LOL, me and look. I thought this was the Din Derby for a second. I thought it was the Din Derby, okay? I thought this was the Din Derby. Yeah, we definitely do, man. That was super fun. Oh, shit. Big hits. Alex, holy shit. Yeah, I think he was smiting. His name is Smiticus. We're gonna check the tapes to make sure he wasn't smiting there. Because that does seem a little sus. That was some always hit shit right there. That was crazy. Alright, here we go. Wow. Alright, 1-2. Is he using... He must be using, the wannabe materials there. The, what do you call it? The Templars Might. F Templars. For some big defense. Come on, baby! Oh, there it is. Good. Woo! Twos. I was like, it can't be this close and we lose it. Holy shit. Oh my god, what was that last hit? What was that last hit? That or it was like a delayed... It might have been like a delayed life total update, but that was a pretty savage one. Alright. Come on, baby. We need another one of those big hits. Just like that. We need another one. How dare you pray to the RNG gods. I can't believe we survived that. That was wild. That was wild. Yeah, he's on Templars for sure. It was either that or Leviathan with the green armor. I was like, there's no way he's on Levy. Alright, here we go. Threes, baby! Oh my god. Alright, I didn't deserve that one, but I thought there was the potential for a comeback. The potential was there for a comeback. Old school Din v Din, man. This is actually pretty sick. Been a long time since we've seen this. I actually feel like my setup with this is more respectable and way better. I feel like when I have to swap to Ford, it's just a budget Din. Just a really budget shit Din. Damn, dude. Too close. Too close for comfort. He's got that Pally Vizzo, which I think makes a big difference. Robbed. Absolutely robbed. Alright, we got first blood. They say it's good luck, but I don't know. I don't know. This round... We're getting shit canned here. We're getting shit canned. Look at this absolute shit cannery. Alright, I'm gonna do something wild because we're dead anyway. We're dead anyway. We're just gonna try some wild shit. That doesn't seem right. Also gonna miss 13 decks there. This ain't right. Well, you know what? We could just go in real big. Who needs block, really? I guess we could put that on. What if we go real crazy, real ignorant? Real fucking ignorant. What if we get real fucking ignorant with it? I think we're still gonna be a little short with block, but possibly not. Actually, hold on. We'll have... Yeah, we're gonna be a little short with the block, but, you know... is what it is. We're gonna jam it. We're going in. We're going in, boys. Swap luck. Perfect Rune Master. Big comeback time. It worked. It worked. That was too close for comfort right there. I mean, it's doing just as good as my other setup, so fuck it. It's fun. Rune Master, underrated. Until that happens. Until that happens. Alright, now we go swap 2. S2. Big comeback time. What if we throw all defense out the window? No, we can't do that. I think we actually do have to throw this back on. Yep. Alright, this is gonna be wild, but... we're not gonna be able to hit him. We're not gonna be able to hit him. Yep. GG's. GG's. I need to get a god tier weapon. None of my builds work. Alright, this is what we was rocking. Look at this! Small crescent! Okay, this is the new meta. New meta, he's new meta small crescenting me. God damn it. You take that small crescent. Oh my god, look at this. Look at this friggin' Pally Vizzo. That's so good. 2 40-15s in there. 2 socket, 2 paladin, Vizzo, 18 strength, 20 dex. A little bit of MDR there too, which actually isn't dead. Jesus. Wow, man. Everybody going to this string of ears too. I like it. Yeah, that's a very nice Vizzo. Beautiful, beautiful setup. Wow, man. Wild. Wild. I thought about really overcommitting and going like vicious DR. But I mean, they usually don't have any crushing blow besides what comes from Gore Riders, so it doesn't really matter, but... GG's, brother. That's crazy. Crazy, man. We got fucking shit stomped. I figured it might happen, alright? I figured it might happen, but... as a wise man once said, Nam truly wasn't won in a day. Sometimes you just have to... jam it. What's up with my... okay, it's this. It's that ring. then we swap these out and put this here. There we go. GG's, man. Well, we got our ass beat. But it's Alex, man. This guy is a melee savage. You know, you got to give it to him. Whether it's Dan or Zan, he makes it happen. All right, man. We got Riz v. Polly. Who knows how this one will go? If this one goes long, I don't know if it will. This is Sin v. Shaman. And there's a lot on the line for this right here. This is going to be big. If this one goes long, we can probably sneak in a few others. We got AF50 versus Smolps. That one should be epic. So if this one happens to go long, we can probably sneak some of those in there. We might be able to tell after round one how this is going to go. Hit back in Nam, right? Hell yeah, man. Now, there's a lot riding on this one right here. Let me tell you a little bit about the story between Riz and Polly. Man, for so long, Riz was just the answer to Polly, right? This guy just had his number. It was always the duel. It was like the boogeyman of the polytheist shaman druid. You know, Riz just so aggressive, so patient, so accurate on that sin. And yeah, we coin flip and map. Yeah, 1 sec. No worries, no worries. And then one day, last year in the DFC, polytheist ended up beating Riz on this here shaman druid in some Sin v Shaman, and it was fucking epic. But now, Riz has the chance to redeem. Can he do it? Nate Fizzle and Mecha ready to be added to queue? All right, we'll throw you in there as well, bro. Hell yeah. Nate Fizzle. That one's going to be sick. That one is going to be sick. I'm looking forward to that melee match, dude. Friggin' Alex, look at him waiting patiently. You see, we figured if we drained it real late, he might quit. You know, he might give up on it. And we could get the win by DQ, but, you know, apparently the Saul Goodman tactics didn't work. We had to get in there and get absolutely shit-canned and embarrassed. We got some work to do in the melee division, all right? We got some work to do. Rizal, ready to go, man. Hell yeah. There's been some good duels tonight, man. I might have lost every single duel this season, this year so far. Don't tell Joby that. But I think they've been pretty fun, man. Pretty epic duels. I've had fun. All have been pretty high profile. We've got I was in 2 title matches tonight. One versus Squigs. That was epic. I kind of figured that one might go down the way it did. I felt like I played okay in that. It wasn't me versus Llama good. But it was okay. And then LLD, I fucked up. I could feel it. Wasn't on my game. Wasn't playing right. Melee, obviously it was lag. Otherwise, totally would have had it. Pally, Vizzo. Easy. Either way, it was fun, though. I haven't stepped back in the Melee arena in a long time. That was cool. That was epic. Boned you with those bone walls. Dude, well, the thing is, one of the times that he got me with those, I shouldn't have... I saw it coming from a mile away. I fucking knew I was going to get stuck on the bone wall going in, and I chose to do it anyway. It was just... I don't know why I did. Maybe I feel like I was in a hurry for something. I don't know. But I was just like, this is just literally in slow motion. I'm like, this is not a good idea. You shouldn't make this charge. Charge in, get stuck on a bone wall, eat 7 fucking bone spirits. Like, yep. It was indeed a bad idea. We knew it. We knew it. It was... Next time, man. Next time. I feel like I gotta get in the zone for the title defenses. And I gotta be prepared. Especially versus DD. Because he's prepared too, man. He knows. He has been in those long-range, long-term, real LLD duels. And he's ready for it. He'll go the distance. Yeah, I agree. I think that was why I stopped building that din, because I just noticed I was like, I need a Palivizo diadem. Like, it's literally the missing piece. I think over a weapon, I think you're 100% right. Like, I definitely need a Palivizo. Because it makes it so that I no longer need that stupid charm in my inventory, the offensive charm.
Good day.
Yeah, it's a crucial piece. Crucial.
Not here.
Yep. And the defense doesn't matter too much, and of course the deadly strike can easily be made up for in other ways. It's often not significant. Of all the things that you want to roll the dice on, deadly strike is probably one at the top of the list. Like, you're okay rolling the dice on that, but you're not okay, like, rolling the dice on not actually having the max damage that you should have, or not having as much AR as you should have. Like, that makes a lot more of a difference than, like, the random deadly strike hits. So, yeah, I think Palivizo is just where it's at. Like, you do lose a little bit of DS, but you still have enough. Especially with the right weapon, you should have enough.
Greetings.
Now, if I can get myself an E-Rep low hammer, would be pretty sick. But I'm honestly, I like that small crescent idea, man. A lot of people have been on that. Jagger Swagger, ever since I seen him on that, dude, I see more and more of these small crescents. I really like them. I think it really is, like, especially in Din v Din, it might be the way of the future, man. I think it just opens up so many more options for you. The hammer hits really hard and has that 1.1x multiplier. But I just think the small crescent is so fast, you don't have to beat up the rest of your build in search of IAS. Yeah. Yeah, it's really good. Oh, hell yeah. I just seen your message, Nim. Yeah, that's probably the case. He says, probably should have just swapped out for some AR charms. I have some tucked away somewhere. I should probably use them. Should probably have them in my melee setup. I see people do it all the time, and it makes a big difference. Just swapping out a few AR charms. That first setup was fine. I just figured that I was going to lose that match anyway, so it was like, when that happens, I often like to try the most ridiculous, crazy shit. Just to be like, does this work? I love that Rune Master anyway, and I always look for an interesting time to bring that in. So that was just fun. At that point, whenever I swap to Rune Master, I've basically conceded the match. It's 7-3 versus Palivizo. It's not gonna happen. I do like the Rune Master, just not in Din v Din. I think it will be my go-to weapon in Din v Druid, though. I think that's gonna be my go-to. In a very, very close duel versus Alex, he ended up taking it 9-4. Very, very close, you know. 10-4. 10-4 over and out. Very, very close. You should have seen those rounds, alright? I might have lost, but you should have seen the other guy. Could have went either way. Look at this! A new sin for Riz. I don't think I've ever seen this name. Gia? Oh, man. Interesting here. Look at these. Look at these down boulders here. This could be a straight ghost setup here for Riz. No, he's laying the traps. He's laying the traps. This is indeed hybrid. Man, this is an interesting one. Like I said, a lot on the line here. I think this is a very, very tough duel for Pauly. Nice chains from Riz. Ooh, big hits from Pauly, though. He laid that volcano right as Riz was coming in, and I think just some of that residual just caught him right as he was coming in, possibly even an Armageddon hit. It's hard to tell. There's a lot of AoE effects that that Paulie uses on the Shaman Druid. But you notice what he's doing right now is he's throwing these big spaghetti meatballs just like that. You see those molten boulders, putting a volcano right at the end of them too. And what he's trying to do is catch Riz as he comes in. The way Riz is playing here, you notice he's trying to kite him into some traps. I actually think that's a very intelligent way to play, but knowing Riz, he could be low, and that might be why he's adopting that strategy. Yeah, I think he's low. Let's see if we can peek. See if we can get a peek up in there. Oh yeah, oh yeah. See, good call, good call. Yeah, I agree. Gonna be tough to get through the wolves. There is sort of a drawback in the sense that if Riz stacks up a ring that has some pretty serious life leech on it, he could get back some life leech. You know, could get back some life with some whirlwinds. But Paulie is very seasoned. He knows that trick, and he can play around it. But the drawback is Riz also learns from these matchups, and he can learn his opponent's patterns very, very quickly. So while it is technically a drawback or an out for Riz to have all that life leech, how it's managed and the opportunities he takes advantage of will make all of the difference there, I think. Because it appears as though he has a pretty significant investment here in traps as well. And that could make a big difference. Those, hard telling exactly how much they do. We might be able to catch it if he brings up his C screen when he does some CT casting. But, yeah, 11k. Okay, yeah. So those do 11k. Those aren't dead. Those traps are pretty serious. Yep, so he could get there with traps. He could get Paulie on this plan where he's not whirlwinding as much. He's making him not think about that as much. And then if he catches Paulie sleeping like that, that's when he can not only leech back some of the life from a ring like that, however, he could also just do some pretty serious damage. And Dinvy's on? Oh, no shit, no shit. So Dinvy's on for that as well. And there it is, man. Polytheist takes round one. Holy shit. Okay. Okay. Good duel, bud. Polytheist just baked one right up. He's ready to go. He just ran into so much shit. Yeah, that's the thing, man. I think that strategy that Riz was employing sort of at the end of that, where he's, when he was low, is a strategy that you can employ throughout the entire duel, especially before Paulie really takes a lot of damage, right? And that is just sort of kite him into these traps. Use that CT casting, cast him way out there, and get him to run into those traps. Whittle him down a little bit. Paulie's always going to be looking to get that chip damage in there, especially whereas Riz has some rep life. He's ready to turn it into a real duel. And he could get caught by those traps, could whittle him down quite a bit, and that's gonna open the doors right there, right? It almost goes back to that, you know, the sin v sin from back in the day. He who gets aggressive first is the loser. It's almost like that if you take that playstyle and that strategy. Usually not something we see from Riz, but certainly could. Damn, son. This is going to be crazy. All right. All right. Polytheist up 1-0 so far. Can he get there? Gia. The Riz. This guy has multiple 99 sins. A real sin player. Real sin player right here. He's doing what I'm trying to do, man. I got multiple 99s now too. I got to make me a trapper. I got me a spider, and I got me a ghost sin. Now I got to get some claws and make a third 99 hybrid sin. Then I too might be considered someday a real Sin player. Oh man, big hits from Pauly there. You see why he's aiming for that nasty spaghetti and meatballs approach right there. That nasty molten boulder. You see how much that did when that connected. On top of having a volcano down right at the end of it. That's the setup he's going for. He actually landed it right there. That was pretty vicious. But man, Riz just going right into the heat here. Oh man, gets clocked by that Armageddon. And you see Riz is holding down. It looks like he's going in to charge up with Tiger Strike there. I like that. I think that's an interesting play. However, when he does it, he'll lock on and he'll start walking, right? He'll or run. He'll start running. And whether you're running or walking, it's a detriment as a Sin, because while he would averagely be able to block the random Armageddons that come down from the sky, if he's in run or walk animation, claw block won't work. It just won't ever go off. So he is very vulnerable when he's walking up trying to charge that Tiger Strike, especially if Polytheus is walking away, right? And that is certainly something that Polytheus has noticed. He's getting in the habit, walking away when he sees that, trying to get out of danger, and essentially making Riz chase him into a whole bunch of horse shit. Yeah, I think so too. I think Riz has to play it like a trapper, and you know, get Poly, kind of make him forget about the fact that he can actually hit him with claws too. And if he sees some success with that as well, if he starts to, like, you know, maybe he doesn't even need the whirlwind. If he gets to that point, it's going to throw Poly off quite a bit, to the point where Poly might even adapt to it and say, okay, well, he's not hitting me with whirlwind. Maybe I can drop this on my build, or, you know. But at this point, Poly is up 2-0 now, and it's going to take a lot to change his mind on this setup, I think. Jits and I in the queue. Let's see, we've got Riz v Poly, then we've got Donger versus Jagger, if Jagger's ready to go. So after this fight, we've got Donger Jagger, AF50 versus Smalps, and then Dirty Jits. We might be able to pop into a melee match here. These rounds are going pretty quick, so this one might not be a long duel. I like how Riz is playing this though. I really like this setup here. Playing it with these traps. I think that's how he's got to do it. He's got to frustrate Poly early on. So look at that. Every time he goes in, man, bam, big 1K hit right there. 25%. Just right off the top. And then look at that, a little slight walk as he grabs that name lock and boom, gets hit by Armageddon. That's the danger of it, man. Those are the situations that Poly is hunting for. Nice trap placement there from Riz. Yeah, exactly. And, you know, he also has, just like you said, he has that Cyclone armor, but the thing is, the Cyclone armor on a Fire Druid is not equal to the Cyclone armor on a Wind Druid, right? It's very, very weak, comparatively. The Cyclone armor on a Wind Druid might soak up thousands of damage, right? On a Fire Druid, it's maybe hundreds. Nice chain there, and look at this! Poly gets in there with the shockwave finish! Holy shit, man. Literal chains morph into the shockwave. This guy is on a whole different level. This guy is on a whole different level, man. Polytheus. Wow, man. All right, let's pop over here. It's now 3-0 in favor of the previous. One of the most longest reigning DFC HLD champs of all time. He took some time. He had to go back into the training camp. Get some sparring duels in there. Get it in, make it work. And now he's letting the world know he's back. It's now 3-0 against Riz, who is long been touted by myself and probably a lot of others as one of the most, if not the most, aggressive Diablo 2 dueler of all time. And only in recent history in the DFC, in recent history I say maybe like a year or more now at this point, but we've seen this guy switch to a hybrid Sin setup. This guy used to be just straight Ghost Sin, so, and he was tearing up the ranks on Ghost Sin, which is rare. It's certainly not what I'd say is an S tier build in competitive PvP, but you'd never know with Riz running it, because this guy just makes it look so easy to just piece people up, keep the aggression going, put their back against the ropes, you know? And yeah, it's so he's got those skills. He's got the Ghost Sin maneuvers, and now you see him mixing in these traps, a whole nother threat. It's pretty wild. And look at this, as a pro Ghost Sin player, as a pro Sin player in general, keeping that Cloak of Shadows up too, ensuring that Polly's defense isn't too high. The Toe Gators started dueling again? No way! No way! No way, man. That's sick. Oh, nice hits there from Riz. Ooh, big hits though from Polly. You see that up boulder that he just set up? He just morphed into bear form there to celebrate. That was literally what that was. He just saw how bad that molten boulder hit and how perfectly he timed it. He didn't need to be in bear form there. He morphed into bear form to celebrate. That or he's high as fuck. But either way, that was fucking sick. He knew it. He knew that one hit clean. That was insane. He had a sixth sense for knowing when he was going to get stomped there. Why not both? Yeah, exactly. Both can be true. Damn, I would think Riz might have got hit there too. I saw a little bit of a walk up as he was looking for that chain. That is probably in this duel where he has taken, I'm gonna say somewhere around 90% of the damage that he's taken is on that little walk. It's been a lot. Look at this, Polytheus morphing back, trying to get that shockwave in there. Oh, and he's going for the shockwave finish. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. I think Paulie expected a finish there, but instead he got cut open. And now he's in trouble. Riz took that opportunity to even the score. I'm surprised Riz survived that. Really relying on that claw block there as he set up that Tiger Strike and started landing those kicks. That was insane. Now he's going to back off a little bit. He's going to rely on these traps. He is also very low. Yeah, Paulie was going in. He was trying to stunt right there. He was stunting. Now he's basically trying to rep to full. He's trying to get around these traps. He's trying not to plow his way into some traps here. Paulie is extremely good at playing at low life. When Paulie is at low life, he is a different player. Paulie at full life will push the pressure, constant hits. Paulie at low life will do just enough to outwork your rep life, but he won't go looking for it. He'll make you come hunting. And when you do, it could be pretty dangerous for you. He's very, very patient at low life. Look at this, walking up the moor, slowly stalking his prey, looking for these CT casts. Nice hits there from Riz and beautiful trap placement. Ooh, nice hit there from Paulie. He's so good at closing the distance, looking for those name locks. 700 is the magic life total for Pauly. I've seen Pauly duel so much at this point. Watching his own streams as well on YouTube would highly suggest it, man. He's a very, very fun dueler to watch. But you notice some patterns with him. 700 is the magic life total number with him. When he backs off and he's low, you'll know that he's hit 700 life and he starts approaching again and he starts looking for those locks. No longer is waiting for you to come to him. He sees 700 as a very safe life total. Gets in there, jams it, slams it, Alabams it. That's the magic number. So yeah. That was a clean 4-0, man. Very clean. This guy's a savage. So he comes out on top, avenges himself, defends that victory. And it's looking damn good. How's that Donger v Jagger looking, man? Has the Seagull landed yet? If not, we could pop into AF50 versus Smolps in the Melee division. We've also got Dirty v Jits coming up. Waiting on the Seagull. All right, no problem. We will pop in. We'll put down Pauly v Riz here. That was a sick one. We will pop in to some AF50 versus Smolps. Ready to throw down in the Melee division. Look at that. Bear mode celebration for Pauly. This guy's pumped. Good win, man. Riz is a very tough opponent, and knowing the history of these guys and knowing how hard it was at one point for Polytheist to take down such a savage like Riz, it's so crazy. And this is what I mean. He adapts so much to when he loses, he doesn't just lose, he learns. And it's crazy. Very nice to see that. All right, man. Let's pop over to Smolps. Let's check this out. He is on his droid. Oh, look at this, man. He's on his droid versus AF50, the Loot Goblin. And here we go. Starting things off violently here. Both of these guys swinging away. Looks like AF50 is on a Phoenix setup versus Smolps, likely on Fortitude. Big hits there, and he takes him down. That one might end up in a YouTube highlight. Damn, AF50. You gotta get that boy. He might be on a controller too. You see that very fine, very subtle movement? I think he might be playing on controller. Wild, but oh yeah, he definitely is. That's crazy.
I am overburdened.
So cool to see. All right, AF50. This guy right here. An absolute legend. He sees the wolf staring down the barrel of those huge wolf claws. Oh, big hits. I think he was on run mode right there and gets caught as he was coming up. An unfortunate hit to start things off there. It's all right. He says, you know what? First couple are free. First, you get your warm-ups in there, Smolps. You get your little wolf warm-ups in there, he says. You have no idea the power of this din, says AF50. I can only imagine that's probably what he's saying. Good luck, auto-ban name. Good luck, Shrek. Yeah, that's hilarious. The auto-ban. Alright, and here we go. Big hits from Smolps, man. This Wolfie he just hits like a truck. Damn, son, and down goes AF50. Now 3-0 in favor of Smolps. This is wild. Smolps with his DFC debut in the Melee division. He has even put out some shorts about this Wolf Druid here, which I think are probably it's one of my favorite ones that he ever did. And he introduces this Wolf Druid and shows you his setup, shows you some of his duels, and now he's dueling him among legends in the DFC, really showing and proving how good this build actually is. Oh man. Oh man. Right through the ears and everything. That is insane. That is insane. 4-0 now in favor of Smolps. AF50. I like the Phoenix setup here. I like the Phoenix setup. I honestly think that, I'm not sure what to think, actually, of Fort versus Phoenix in this matchup. if Phoenix is the way to go for the bigger damage, or if Fortitude is, so that when you do get hit, you pose a bigger threat for the druid, or a bigger puzzle for him to get through, in the sense of, you now have more defense, you know, and pretty comparable damage, but more defense when that goes off. Can really change, or, you know, turn the tide of a duel. Looks like he's thinking about it. He might be thinking about going for the fort. He's not. He's going no fort, no Phoenix now. Against a Fortitude droid. That's crazy. That is crazy. Thing higher than the FPS. Yeah, it makes a huge difference in melee. Now, of all the dueling arenas, melee in particular, ping really doesn't matter as much, but, yeah, still feels bad. Let that filthy sage come get front row seats. Right, tell him, oh shit, I think we gotta swap, Smalls. I think we gotta, there's too many ears up here. Oh, I have indeed played in Asia. I had about 250 ping or something like that, 300 ping. And once you start swinging, once you start shift clicking, it doesn't matter too much. It's not a huge deal. Savage here so far. Smallp's off to an incredible start. Stream froze for a minute there? Oh, yeah. Well, welcome back, Polly. Zeal from downtown. Yeah, I've seen it. It's I mean, sure, some weird shit can happen every once in a while, but I mean, that's the ping. He's going in. He's really in the tank about this. He is going for Fortitude here. I like this. I think you have to have one or the other, especially if your opponent has one or the other. Otherwise, you're just bringing a knife to a gunfight. I think you gotta have one. And it looks like he is going in with Fortitude here. I really do like this setup a lot better. I think it'll do better. I'm not sure, though. Not a lot of experience in this matchup for me. He's drawing first blood. But damn, those hits from Smallps. Yeah, this is close, though. AF50 could get this one. It is very close. That was his closest round so far, I think. Yeah, the Fortitude, at least in a small sample size in that round right there, seemed to be paying off. A lot of low damage roll hits there. It could just be that he needs some more crushing blow with this setup. That certainly does help versus a wolf druid. But it's hard to balance it all. It's hard to get it all on there and still meet all your breakpoints, have adequate AR, defense, and, you know, sometimes you have to worry about the actual level of your fanaticism. I like AF50 setup here. I think this is the one to go with. He just needs to hope that the RNG gods are in his favor here. Damn, big hits from Smallps right out the gate. Damn, son. Holy shit. Get some skooma for this Puma. Yeah, that's a cool name, man. Puma? Puma on a wolf druid? Damn, son. Oh, that's called the blink, Paulie. Normal people do that every few seconds. Oh my god. Dude, who made those emojis that Muchez is using too? The Paulie emojis? Those things are great. They've inspired me to make more emojis on my Twitch channel. Those are so good. Do you have those on your Twitch, Paulie? I assume that's probably where he got them. Think Muchez made them? Oh, no shit. You should use them. You should use them. Yeah, they're so dope. Yeah. Tell them, be like, hey, send them so we can use them on the stream. My favorite is the fly one. There's like Cop Polly. There's fucking... Put the police is what he calls it. Even the names, man. Creative. Yeah, they're so epic, though. So good. Yeah, let that Oak Sage come get front row seats. Fuck him. Have an old conversation with his Oak Sage up there. Alright, a good start here for AF50, but holy shit, those paws, man. When you catch those paws from Smolps, it don't feel good. This is savage so far. Holy shit. Is that it? Was that 10-0? Holy shit. Holy shit. He also has a Rune Master here. I love that, dude. Holy shit, boys. Smolp's coming in strong. That was kind of wild. I love the EBOTD there, too. I actually think that was a good call. Yeah, Fort EBOTD, I think, might be the way to go. That's tough, though. This droid setup here from Smolps is pretty vicious. This guy didn't come here today to play. He came here to win. Look at this. Nice fortitude. A 280 EDC. And a beautiful 8 Fury Metamorphosis. 19 life, 40 ED jewel in that. I think in the SS, that looked good. Perfect in every way that matters with that Dungos. Jesus. Jesus, man. But what do those charms look like, Smolps? How good are the charms? That's what everybody wants to know. 45 lifers, 3 2020s. Yeah, and look at that. AF50 had some pretty nasty shit. Yeah. Interesting, man. Both of these guys have what I call the LLD charms, which honestly, I think those are some of the best investments you can make in this game right now. Not only are they good for level 30 duels, but you can also easily swap them out for HLDs, and they work as perfectly good temps. And that's basically 3 max AR sub 15 life. Or sub 16, 15 or less. And yeah, looks like both of these guys had that. That's pretty insane. Yeah. Yeah, I think so too. BOTD of G-Face. I think we have so much to learn for this matchup right here. With the new sort of shake-up in the meta, I think we have a lot to learn. All of us. And AF50, man, he says, damn these wolves. The next time, he shall go on a quest of revenge. GG's, man. GG's. And a welcome to Smolps for his DFC debut. And now we've got Dirty versus Jits as we wait for the seagull to land. We've got Dirty versus the Jits. 2 absolute legends. I say we fucking jam it, boys. Jits, Dirty, neither one of these guys streaming. We also have another matchup, Mecha versus Nate Fizzle, that we could hit while we wait. I say we do it. Seagull should be here in 5. All right. Let's hit this melee match between Mecha, if you guys want to. Nate Fizzle and Mecha, while we wait for. Oh, I guess Jits is ready to go. All right, never mind. Jits is ready to go. Jits is ready to jam. I just missed it. Yep. Sometimes I'm blind. Dirty one is ready to jam. Dirty v Jits. Alright, it looks like we've got some Sin v Din going on here. Now this is going to be a very tough match for the Din. I think this should have probably been a death match. Really. This is a tough match for the Din. Especially with such a savage player like Dirty. But Dirty says, you know what? I was just up for that title. I'm trying to show the world that this guy is still at that level. Jits trying to get in there and some savage top tier, top HLD charger type shit. And lay the smackdown on a legend. Here we go. Nice trap setup there from Dirty. Jits in trouble probably early. It's just going to be really hard to get in here. And look at this. Look at this. Dirty isn't even scared. He isn't even scared. He isn't even trying to stay away from Jits. He's happy with these engagements. Happy to just set up these traps. It's very rare he's going to run. Oh, nice setup there again from Dirty. As he throws those traps far ahead of him. Lets Jits think that the coast is clear as he comes in. And then Dirty teleports right into his traps. Nasty, nasty setup. And the thing is, he's always got that trick up his sleeve. That's always something he can do. As he recognizes that name lock, kites Jits all through those traps. This is looking bad. Holy shit. And the claw block for the win. Look at this. Some nasty name locks there from Jits. But just claw blocking for days. Those were some savage hits. Just gets weapon blocked like they don't even matter.
I can't carry anymore.
Dirty is fucking scary sinner, man. Yeah, he definitely is. Full-on Catholic sin. The strongest sin you can imagine. You skip Dante's circles. And look at this, man. Look at this insane trap placement here. Dirty's not even in trouble yet. Dirty hasn't even been connected on yet. But you can see he's already kind of telegraphed what strategy he might use if he ever is. And that is just throwing these traps right in front of him and kiting Jits into them. Oh my god, what? Huge hits from Jits and down goes Dirty. Dirty was stunned on him. He was giving it to him. And then Jits came right in there, 2 big charges back to back, and ended the whole duel just like that. That was crazy. Holy shit. Knockout of the night right there. That was wild. All right, this is Jits' point of view here. As we can see, the most legendary charger of all time. The Eagle, the Eek has landed. Hell yeah, man. All right, you guys are up next, man. You guys are up next. We'll do the Donger v Jagger Melee Showdown title bout of the evening. And then we've got Nate Fizzle v Mecha. Finishing this night off with some savage melee. All right. Wow. Oh my god, big hits there from Jits again. We've seen how quickly this can just end if he can catch you. And now he has seen how Dirty's going to telegraph these hits here as well. How this is going to go if Dirty gets low. Dirty's low now. But Jits is going in there looking for that name lock. And the thing with the way that Jits plays, it's very unique. It's very interesting. It almost reminds me of like a mixed martial arts fighter inside the octagon, right? He's using his charge not only offensively but defensively in a lot of situations. Maybe not necessarily so much in this matchup. However, in the past we've seen him use it defensively, making himself, moving himself so quickly across the map that it's difficult for his opponents to get a name lock. That will essentially matter in some regard here, because sometimes Dirty will look for a name lock with Mind Blast, and that's certainly something that Jits has to watch out for. I'm sure that he doesn't really stack up a lot of IDR. He isn't trying to make it that kind of match, so it certainly is something that could pay some dividends for Dirty. but Dirty's going to have a hard time getting that name lock. He's going to have a hard time hunting it down. Nice charge in there from Jits, and you can see even when he mixes in this teleport here, it is really tough to tell where he's going to be coming from. And he's so quick, grabbing that name lock, getting in there, closing the distance, and we've seen how vicious these charges can be. But it doesn't look like he has any threat from the outside. This is all going to be, he's really hoping to land that big charge, and as you can see right now, Dirty has kind of set up this this wall of traps, if you will, that Jits has to work his way through. And we've seen him kind of set these traps up, teleport into them, and Jits is becoming aware of that. After he charges, he doesn't kick around too long. It's almost like Brad Pitt and Troy, right? He runs up, he gets his licks in, and he just keeps on running. That's what you got to do. You got to be very opportunistic with it. Oh, man, and there it is. Down goes Jits. Some very nice trap placement there from Dirty. And it's now 1-1. Damn, son. You missed probably the KO of the night there from Jits just a second ago. Yeah, the seagull has landed. Bro, CT casting that charge around. Yeah, he ain't fucking around, man. He ain't fucking around. Bunch of other stuff too, man. We saw Smolps' DFC debut. This guy killed it, man. 10-0 victory versus absolute legend AF50. Sometimes the RNG just doesn't fall in your favor, but that one, I would file a lawsuit against the RNG gods if I was you, AF50. That was some horse shit. That was some absolute horse shit. Jits looking to get in there, so quick at getting that name lock. It doesn't look like, you know, he's ready to grab that name lock, but he won't capitalize on it with chain smites, which kind of makes sense because Dirty is hoping for that, I think. He is just literally looking to charge around, get in there, land some big shots, land a couple of big shots back to back. Oh my god, and there it is, just like that, man. That's how quick it can end. He's doing some up charging, dude. He's doing some foot charging, high level charger work right there. Rare to see, my friends. But I was about to bring that up. I said the way that Jits charges, you notice that some people that do chain tellies, they very quickly return their cursor to the center of the map, right? To the center of kind of where their character is. And you notice Jits doing that a lot with charging, especially as he approaches his target. And that's because of that reason right there, is if you get close to them, as you're looking for that name locker, if they're close to you, and you just perpetually keep foot charging like that, all of those chargers will just go through full force. What up, Alpaca Bowl? Good to see you, man. Yeah, that was nuts. It's now 2-1 in favor of Jits. Very surprising. Did not expect that to go this way. Like I said, I think this could have easily been a death match, and if it was, Jits would have won. Absolutely crazy. Look at this, so quick at charging around. He's dodging all of those traps. Now, I think this is the first, or, you know, one of the only true chargers we've seen, you know, play at some of the highest level of competition in the DFC. And not only do you need, you know, the right build, the right setup, a very awkward build to most, but you also need to be seasoned on this thing, and that's certainly what Jits is. We see it from him in LLD, we see it from him in HLD with other builds, but you know, we've also just on this build in particular, he has really gone in on charger, and it looks real clean, man. His footwork, his movement. It's so impressive. It is Charger on a whole nother level. And the crazy thing is he doesn't really have any attacks from the outside, it doesn't look like. He could possibly throw in an FOH, maybe, if he gets his opponent really low. But we haven't seen it yet. He's certainly not relying on that. He's certainly not doing anything of the kind to try to discourage his opponent from the outside. It's like he has one very simple, very linear game plan. He says, I'm trying to get in here and I'm trying to charge you. You know it, I know it. And he's so good at closing that distance. So far, it's paid off very, very nicely for him here. He's trying to catch Dirty with his feet planted a little bit. Holy shit. It's so crazy. I mean, he's obviously using grief here, right? Like, this is obviously grief. He's got, possibly a G-face here as well. Definitely an Enigma. But this is wild. His battle orders is out. He's going to Rebo here. Oh, man. Nice traps there from Dirty. Now making this 2-2. This is wild. Yeah. No one knows the reset, but it's coming up on 3 months here this month. So probably later this month, maybe early February. No one really knows.
Greetings.
But probably soon. Would be my guess. And hopefully when they do, they give us those stash tabs, huh? That'd be sick. That'd be sick. Look at that very fine CT casting here from Jits as well. And he does it in the old school way too. You notice this, that he's bringing up these, you know, the CT casting, you know, his hitting his C or T keys to bring up the character stat screen or the skill tab. But notice how close they are to the edge of his actual screen. Like, he hasn't offset them through UI calibration. He's actually just, he's using it by dragging his cursor to the edge of the screen, old school style. I really appreciate that. I actually think that's really cool. I've considered doing the same thing myself. It's like removing the offset there, because when you have the offset, it can sometimes be a detriment. He says there's another way to CT. Yeah, basically you can recalibrate your UI and make it so it sits off the side of the screen a little bit, so you don't have to drag your cursor through. You can just click on the side of the screen, and yeah, it's like a lot of people do that. I do it too, but I so often do exactly what you're doing, and that is drag the cursor through, and I just think it looks better. I think this just looks cooler. He might actually be, yeah, he could be using Death. That's a good point. It's a good point. If he was using Grief, it certainly wouldn't be 11k. So he might be on Death. Nice looks there from Dirty. He noticed he was name locked and wisely got out of there. Oh man, Dirty kited him through those traps there. It's not looking good for Jits in this round here, but as we've seen before, it can be over in an instant. If he catches him, it could be over in an instant. Dirty's doing a great job of kiting him through traps. This is top tier Sin gameplay for this matchup. When you've got a Din trying to charge you, and that's a big way that they're trying to deliver their damage. Dirty is playing this matchup perfectly, and that is you don't really sit back in your traps, right? You don't necessarily do that. The Din will just sit back and nothing will get done. Instead, what you do is you kind of hunt the Din down a little bit, throwing traps kind of all over his general vicinity and kind of baiting that name lock. But when you notice you're in trouble, you get out and you reset, right? And Dirty's doing that so well here. Oh man, long range trap right off the map. And Dirty gets there. Holy shit. 3-2 now in favor of Dirty. Like I said, I think this could have been a death match. I think these guys had options, right? This is, yeah, let me see here. This is, yeah, Dirty 1 versus Jits, yeah. So if Dirty chose the Barb, it would have been probably in the favor of Jits. If he chose the Sin, it could have easily been in the favor of him. You know, and he did. I think we should have listed this as a death match one way or the other. You choose the Barb, it's a death match for you. You choose the Sin, it's a death match for him. I think that would have been really cool. The choice death match. So could have done that. Keeping that in mind for future matchups. I think that's cool. You kind of pick and choose. Whatever one you want to go with is fine, but it dictates the advantage. Yeah, and Dirty knows that. He's doing a great job of kiting traps around puddles. He knows Dirty is a dirty player, man. He knows. Yep, death. He kicked my ass with it last week. No shit. Yep. Yeah, it is pretty savage. It's really good to see, man. I think death is a really good charger weapon. Back in LOD, I had a perfect F-Death Decapitator. And I loved it, man. It was single-handedly my favorite two-handed weapon that I'd ever owned. And still looking for one on D2R, hoping to get a perfect F-Death Decapitator. And when I finally do, I might try to put something together as well. I think this is a perfect opportunity for it, really. I mean, sure you lose a little bit of cast, but Jesus Christ, the damage is so fucking insane. And against a Sin in particular, you really don't need a lot of block. But he's probably using it for cast. He's like, so obviously teleporting around here, he's going to need to make up his cast somehow, and it's hard to give up Spirit in that regard. You could make up some of it with a Helm, but then even at that point, you only get 20% cast. So you're probably going to pigeonhole yourself to 75 at best with a two-hander. Nice hunting there from Jits, but he pays almost the ultimate price there, getting half-life by those traps. A lot of declone pops going on. These guys are keeping it rolling here. Is this TLD doing this, or is this somebody else? I know that they were doing a declone-a-thon there for a while. A couple of streamers on the Twitch. This is going on late for TLD, because this started at like 8 p.m. I got a 20-20-10 on ladder from them doing that, dude. That was dope. Happy Thursday, Death Bob. Good to see you, man. EBOTD Archon staff, good for charge too. Yeah, not a lot of requirements on it. Kind of big damage. The same could be said for Rune Staff and LLD, Rune Staff Insight. I used to use one of those on my Din, on my H-Din, like a Libby, because there's not a lot of required stats for it, so you can kind of sneak it in there, sneak some big damage in with the Rune Staff, and it kind of carries true for an Archon Staff too. Yep, TLD, TZ postponement. Nice, nice. Good stuff, dude. Damn, son. Dirty is actually low here. He actually got connected on. Oh, big traps there from Dirty. He got connected on. He's pretty low. But Jits is being patient here. He doesn't want to run into these traps. Doesn't want to find himself in a bad situation just by going and hunting. Oh, man. Jits goes in for the finish, but damn, those traps, they hurt. GG's, Jits. That one should have been a death match, man. I feel bad, because I feel like it should have been. Jits, they both should get a win. Jits getting 2 wins like that. KO of the night style. That is so epic. Yeah, that was nuts. Absolutely nuts, man. Well, boys, Donger versus Jagger is up next. The Eagle has finally landed, and it is time for the Melee title bout of the evening. Let's get up in there, and let's check and see. Oh my gosh, what is the Jagger swagger doing? Look at this guy. He is ready to throw down. They are just ready in the iconic river of flame. These guys ready to throw down. And holy shit, boys. And it looks like Donger gets round 1. How is this gonna go? Let's find out. And Jagger quickly takes round 2 there, now evening up the score. This isn't the first time these guys have met inside the digital arena. And Jagger is looking to avenge his previous loss to Donger in the highest caliber, in the highest arena. And look at this, 2 Dins there to cheer these guys on. The spectator spots, the spectator seats of the evening. This is crazy. All the heavens brethren in the river of flame right now, even Hadriel, gazing upon these 2 combatants, knowing that one of them must be judged. Big hits from Donger right off the rip. Return fire from Jagger. Oh my god, and he comes back from it. Now 2s. Holy shit, this one's a nail biter. What sorts of things has Jagger changed is the question. Has he learned anything from the first matchup, or did he chalk it up to RNG and say, let's roll these digital dice again and see who comes out on top? This guy is a tough one to beat, man. Jagger is an absolute legend, an absolute savage. So is Donger, though. And it's crazy because Donger is one of the few people that have a win over Jagger in his DFC record, right? And that's got to be a confidence boost going into this, knowing that he can do this. It is possible to beat him. It's now 3-2 in favor of the Donger, but looking like Jagger's trying to even it up. And there it is, man. Tie score yet again. 3s for these guys. This is so wild. Epic duel so far at the top of the Melee division. And here we go, round 7. Big hits for Donger to start it off. And he finishes up, now pulling ahead again, 4-3 in his favor. Damn, son, a back and forth battle between these guys. Holy shit. Tied up again. It's 4s. This could go back and forth all night. This is so wild, man. Welcome to it. The Melee division at its highest caliber. Let's fucking go. Now these guys having trouble hitting each other at all in this round. Jagger pulling ahead. Now 5-4. Big steam, big momentum in his favor now. Just like that, he's hoping to keep it going. 5-4 in favor of Jagger. Big hits to start things off in this round. Donger in trouble early, and down he goes. Now with a dominant lead from Jagger. That has got to feel good after such a back and forth, even matchup for the start here. At this point, it's got to feel like the tide is sort of swinging, at least in a positive direction for Jagger. But as we know, it ain't over till it's over. Donger with some strong words to say, some strong hands, but holy shit! A huge comeback for Jagger in that one. Now 7-4 in favor of the newly and yet again crowned DFC Melee champion. Looks like he's making some swaps and really telegraphing that it's charms, if that's what he went in for. I'm not sure if I didn't see that, but if that is what he did when he was in town, it could have been charm swaps in the inventory. Really making sure, probably swapping to those AR charms, ensuring that he can hit Jagger here. But does it pay off? Close round here, and there it is. 8-4 now in Jagger's favor. Trying to hold on to that title coming into the new year. Holy shit. Very, very even matchup. Donger pulling ahead here, though. And denied by Jagger at literal 1 life. Now 9-4 in his favor. Denied, man. Right down to 1 life. That is crazy. You ready for reverse sweep? Let's fucking go. Let's fucking go, Donger. He says, let's do it. He's waiting on that reverse sweep. Can he do it? That's the question. Let's pop over to his point of view here. Let's see if he can pull it off. Score some big hits on 17, aka the Jagger right off the rip, though. Oh my god, and down he goes. He might be ready for this reverse sweep, man. It could be a thing. Could be a thing. Put me and Conan in the queue, brother. I think maybe logging on shortly. Hell yeah, dude. Conan v. the Jits. Hell yeah, brother. All right, all right. 9-6. He says, are you ready for the reverse sweep? And holy shit, man. He's living up to it. And now, what is Jagger gonna do? Is he gonna make any swaps? Jagger getting ready here as they meet inside the center of the digital arena. Damn, son, what is this? The reverse sweep might be real here from 9-4 now to 9-7. Can Jagger Swagger kill the dreams of the up-and-coming Donger trying to take this title? At this point, the best the Donger can hope for is to tie this up and take it into overtime. Big hits for Jagger, though. And that is it. Just like that, Jagger holds on to the title and shuts down the reverse sweep. A valiant attempt, though, from Donger. That shit was wild. And for now, the reigning defending Melee champion holds on to his belt. Let's check out the gear of these absolute legends. This is wild, man. And this was a Fort versus Phoenix matchup by the looks of it. Jagger going in with the Phoenix. Both of these guys coming in with an Etten Axe for this matchup. No small crescent, going in with the Etten Axe. Love it, man. That's actually really cool. And Shaft Stop for Jagger. That is so crazy. Shaft Stop to make up for the DR that he's losing by not using Storm Shield. Going in with an absolutely beautiful Vizzo there. And damn, son, look at that. 2-4-2-2 on that Shaft Stop. Holy shit. F upped. That is beautiful. And some beautiful 2010 godly gloves with strength and the most nasty 2-socket Pally Vizzo with base strength and dex. Perfect upped string of ears. Gosh, that gear is beautiful. With everything coming into play here. Literally going to 1 life in one of those rounds. Just hanging on. And damn, son, yeah, look at that. That jewel in there, it's very interesting. 26 ED, it looks like 56 AR. Probably one of those wannabe 3069 jewels in there, right? But still very nice. Looks like not possibly 99, 26, 58. Very close. Pretty expensive jewel up in there, along with a bear rune as well to help him meet that DR cap. Make sure that he's not at 46, which is what he would otherwise be at. Or, what is it? Yeah, 40, 45 if he just went with the shaft stop and the belt. So, yeah, that bear rune, completely necessary. A little bit of overkill, but completely necessary. And as for now, Jagger holds on to the Melee title. Next up, we've got Nate Fizzle versus Mecha in an epic showdown for those guys. And then after that, Conan v. Jits. Congrats to Jagger for holding on to the title. That shit was wild, man. As we jump over to Mecha. Mecha versus the Judge Fizzle. These guys are actually in, this might be a ZPK game that we pop into here. All these guys throwing down. And now they ready to do this. He goes, gonna come back stronger. Hell yeah, dogger. We ready for the catch match already. We ready for the grunge. That was crazy, man. Epic duel between those guys. Jagger and Dogger. Nasty. All right, here we go, man. I think these guys are off to a start. Mecha taking it from Judge Fizzle in round 1. Now 0-1 in favor of Mecha. This guy significantly underrated in the Melee arena, I believe.
Follow me, forgive me.
Significantly underrated, but not for long. Holy shit, close round between these guys. And there it is. 2-0 now in favor of Mecha. This guy is an incredible Din player. I am not sure if he even has a loss on his record in recent history. This guy has just entered the scene and started piling them up. And now the true test versus Nate Fizzle. This is pretty crazy.
Retreat. Follow me.
These guys must be on an Asia server or something, because the way that they're dueling right now, they're walking backwards and using the command, using the in-game chat command. That is very rare and usually indicative of an Asian server that they might be on. They're also in a pub game here. So it is a bit of a different way that they start up a duel over there, but it's also something we briefly mentioned in the rules of the DFC, which is a way that you can start a Melee duel. You basically you say a command, whether it's follow me, time to die, whatever, and then you walk backwards, and then you walk at each other, just like that. Holy shit, Mecha coming in hard here. This is a savage start for Mecha. I'm telling you, this guy, something about him. Something about him. This guy might be next in line for greatness. As we can see, Jagger Swagger looking on to this duel here. Gazing down upon his potential challengers in the future. Admiring the absolute Din masculinity, the masculinity, if you will, of these savage duelers. Big start for Judge Fizzle. And he almost had it stolen from him, but there it is. Nate Fizzle finally on the board. I believe 4-1 in favor of Mecha. Reverse sweep incoming, let's go, right? Yeah, he turned on his TMC. We need to review the tapes. Just seeing that, dude. That's hilarious. Yep, we're gonna have to review the tapes.
Thank you, forgive me.
Big hits for Nate Fizzle to start it off. But a huge comeback here from Mecha. This one could go either way. Nate Fizzle gets there. He's back on the board. Reverse sweep incoming. They weren't even kidding. 2-4 now. Still in favor of Nate Fizzle. Or, I'm sorry, still in favor of Mecha. But Nate Fizzle could take this. Nate Fizzle definitely known for being one of the most savage Din players in all of Melee. Oh, man. Big hits for Mecha to start things off. Holy shit, now 5-2 in favor of Mecha. This Zeal v Zeal showdown is epic.
Order welcomes you.
I love that he even has Vigor on his CTA here, which makes it so that he can run faster in town. That's such high-level shit right there.
Come on. Oops.
Damn, son, and there it is. Now 6-2 in favor of Mecha, and Nate Fizzle going in for a swap here. Looks like he might be swapping something out of the inventory, leaving the body inside the inner cloister here. This is wild as the heavenly brethren Din gather around their brotherhood to cheer them on. This is so epic. Only something like this you'll see in a ZPK game right here. This is really cool to see, man. So many Dins gathered around with such a vested interest in seeing the outcome of this duel. So wild, man.
I forgive you.
I knew this one was going to be epic. This one was going to be epic right here. They're just big titans in the game right now, both of these guys, Nate Fizzle and Mecha. Holy shit, another close one. And Mecha barely skates away with that one. Dominant performance here so far from Mecha. 2-6 in his favor. That is wild. It looks like these guys might have also gone with that traditional Din rules. I don't think either one of these guys have Fort or Phoenix. Holy shit, big hits. Down goes Nate Fizzle. Now 7-2 in favor of Mecha. This is wild, man. I knew this guy was underrated, but to be so far ahead already on someone like Nate Fizzle, who in my opinion is just one of my favorite Din players in the DFC. This guy is so wild, such a good melee player, and just has been so dominant for so long. Even has wins under his belt for people like Nimrod for the title, which is so epic. Also Jagger Swagger for a title defense. This guy really is a decorated Din player, and for Mecha to be so far ahead already, this is savage. This is crazy. Yeah, it's 2-8. Yep, 2-8. That's what I thought. I thought we were down one here. But I'll allow it. I'll trust it, you know? Oh my god, big hits from Mecha in this round too. Now 9-2 in favor of Mecha. Nate Fizzle gonna need a big comeback. Can he get it? The underrated Din coming in here. As these guys show down in what could be the final round. Damn, son. Big hits, and just like that, Mecha gets there. That is insane. 2-10. That was so wild. That was a very, he says, not sure what fuggery you running. That was crazy. GG's. Yeah, that was insane. Can't wait to see this gear. That was absolutely nuts. Could just be the worst showing of all time for the RNG gods of Nate Fizzle, though. That was... I mean, once you see these guys' gear, you'll know. Like, it wasn't really that lopsided. Right? Like, both of these guys pretty decked out. Look at this low, small crescent. Low, small crescent versus what I'm gonna guess is probably a low, actually I think could be a low hammer. We're gonna see. But look at this, godly sacred armor, self-repair, 192 defense roll there. I mean, he's got the gear, right? He's got the armor. Look at this Pally Vizzo with 30 strength and 240 15s in it. Beautiful steel rends. He's got the 213 gores, the 320 20s, the 36 20s. This is insane. Look at that melee ring. 20 strength, dex, 117 AR, and 56 life. A perfect matching Raven. And there it is, the low hammer, dude. That is just nuts. That is just nuts. The hammer came out on top for this one pretty dominantly, but also this one right here, a little bit of inherent damage reduction on that armor. I love that, man. Nice dual stat Pally Vizzo there as well for Mecha. This thing is beautiful. He's got technically a dual stat 2010s, godlies. Oh my god, man. Yeah, I would say gear advantage slightly to Mecha, but certainly not 210. Not 210 good, you know? Like, oh my god. Matching 320-20s there in the inventory. He ain't fucking around. He ain't fucking around. Mallet OP. Yeah, he's pointed. He says this low crescent. He thinks that hammer. He thinks that mallet's gonna beat that low crescent. That's what it is. Mallet OP. Damn, son. That was really good duels. Really epic bout between these guys. I knew it would be, man. I was waiting on that one. So excited about that melee match. That was cool. All right, boys, and next up, we've got Conan versus Jits in the LLD Level 30 division. How will it go? Let's check this out, man. Jits, the nasty, nasty charger. Can he do it again in LLD? We saw this guy's skills at the highest level, and let me tell you. Yo, he's 10 minutes? Oh, yeah, no worries, no worries. Yeah, no worries, dude. Look, if you need to get some licks in against the top din, you just let me know. You just let me know. Look at this guy. Look at this guy getting in there. All right, yeah, he's gonna need it. He's gonna need some help, guys. So, while I might have gotten beat by IEC today, obviously was lagged. We all know this guy's still topped in. Let's get in there and help him out, shall we? All right, here we go. We're firing up the secondary account here, getting ready to see what this looks like. All right. Now look, I'm gonna promise I won't use the, was it Jits 12, Jits 2? Is that what it was? All right, yeah. Let's see if we can crack the pass. I'm so good at hacking. So good at hacking. All right, now look at this. I won't embarrass you too much here, but we are gonna fucking give it right to you. All right, we are gonna fucking give it right to you. All right, that's what we're gonna fucking do. We're gonna get right in there. We're gonna fucking give it right to you. We're gonna make this one difficult for you. We're gonna get in there with this. Oh man, he's in a lot of trouble here. He's in a lot of trouble. Yeah, this ain't gonna be pretty. This ain't gonna be pretty here. 72 block. We don't really need much more than that. We are indeed the top din. All right, all right. He's curious. He's curious what these hands feel like. So, it's about time. We're going to show it to him. We got to get in here and give him some training, all right? Some hidden skill training, like in The Legend of Zelda. Just like that. All right, here we go. All right, go, bro. We don't really need block. Just topped in shit, man. Topped in and winning and grinning.
Hello.
All right, getting these reps in. He's gonna be ready. Just catching them like that. Topped in and winning and grinning. Spinning.
Greetings.
You'll be ready for anything after this. And I mean anything. Anything. Mecha new champ next week? You think so? Oh man. There he is. Go. All right, here we go. Now, you're ready. That's what it took.
I can't carry anything.
That's what it took. Remember, violence, speed, aggression. Good luck, son. He's got this. He can totally do it. All right, boys, let's get in there and let's see what Sensei's best student is capable of. Let's do it, boys. All right, Jits is now going to have to pull it off in the highest arena versus Conan on the Sin. He's now ready for it. He's now got this. He's been practicing against the top Din for the last several seconds. He's got to get, oh, he's on a trapper. This is big news. He's got to get in and out just like that. Very nicely done. Love the use of the FOH there. That's going to be a bit of harassment from the outside. That is a very, very important thing here, I think. Because AF50, if he sits in those traps, this could get very dangerous. Very nicely done from Jits, I've got to say. He might have lost that round, but that looked good. That looked real clean. AF50 is on a tear. He's like, you know what? I might have gone in Melee tonight. This might not have been my night. But I'm about to show you in LLD how it feels. I'm sorry, yeah, this is Conan. My bad, my bad. Yeah, we're gonna pop over to Conan on this Sin. Look at this. Oh my god, big hits from Jits. Not a lot of damage there. Just low rolls on this. Oh man, he's got the amp. This could be bad. He gets it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, Conan kiting him around these traps here. Kiting him around these traps. And now Jits is going in for that FOH. That FOH really does hurt. I got hit with that a couple of times. Let me tell you, if you ain't ready for it, man, that shit, that'll put you down. Oh my god, and there it is. Very nicely done from Conan. A great show of patience there. A great show of patience as he kites his opponent around those traps, looks for the Mind Blast, and just gets there. Check Discord DMs. Oh, is this what I think it is? Oh my god, bro. Dude, thank you so much. 8 separate non-ladder games for you to farm D-Clone if you want. We'll leave up. Same old, Leroy. Bro, thank you so much. Really appreciate you, dude. That's fucking awesome. We're gonna check that out before we peace out here. You know I love me some D-Clone, man. Let's friggin' get it. So far, it's 2-0 in favor of Conan. Jit's trying to get in there. He needs to be very, very patient. These traps are asinine. And what I've noticed against a trapper, usually when I'm on a charger, is you have to just harass. You have to make them want to play a different game from the outside, right? That's just what you got to do. Oh my god, he gets the amp. He gets the amp. He's going to take it. He's going to take it. Wisely disengages there. All of those traps were staring him down. And now Conan is in trouble. But Jits has to be very, very cautious and stay way clear of these traps. He can't get as aggressive as he is. He needs to kind of slow it down here and know that he's got this. He's got this as long as he stays on the outside. Doesn't just run into these traps, right? He's got it from the outside. That's all he needs. He needs to force Conan out of his comfort zone and just stay on the outside. If he stays on the outside, Conan cannot win this. Conan will be forced to come looking for some trouble. And there it is. Nicely done. Great patience from the outside there from Jits. That's exactly what you got to do. Sometimes with those Sins, man, especially in LLD where it's really hard to telly away and so efficiently set new traps, you'll see Sins sitting in their 5 stacks quite a bit. It's really hard to deal with that. So that was a great play from Jits there. You almost just accept the traps as they are, and you have to play around them, right? They're like minefields, and once you know where they are, you force the Sin to recast them, force them to either do that, get on a different game plan, but you got to get real sneaky, just like this. Capitalizing on this exact opportunity. Very nicely done. And now he can implement that same strategy from the outside. He's technically up in life. He will technically win it, although he probably won't go that route to finish it. By doing that now, that's going to force Conan out of that mindset. Oh, there it is. He gets another couple of hits there. Wisely disengages. Great footwork here from Jits. And a hit under conviction there, too. That one had to hurt. That's forcing Conan out of those traps a little bit. Oh, nice trap placement there from Conan. Turning the tide on Jits, forcing him to do something different, forcing him way on the outside by holding that name lock and casting down some traps. That was insane. That would be sick, Leroy. We're going to jam it, man. We're going to see. Conan, look at that Mind Blast lock. I love it. Making it very hard. Nice disengagement there from Jits. That was very good. That was a great position for Conan. Oh my god, and he gets there. By the skin of his teeth, Jits evens up the score now, 2-2.
Good day.
That is wild. Din's getting the wins, right, Nim? Hell yeah, man. Din's getting the wins. But it ain't over yet. Conan is a savage. Oh, nice trap placement there. Big damage from Conan. Jits trying to get in there, get really sneaky with these charges. Conan's doing great at making it hard for him to get a charge in without having to get right back out. But when a Sin does that, yeah, I was going to say, just burn those traps, baby. Burn those traps. And now he's in trouble. Nice FOH. Nice FOH chain stun right here. He is in trouble, and Jits pulls ahead, now 3-2. Beautifully done with the FOH there. That was insane. That was just, I mean, in HLD, what you'll see with that Smite FOH chain like that is you'll see it interrupt people's teleports, right? But importantly, in that very specific moment, Jits was trying to interrupt Conan recasting any traps. And it just worked out so perfectly. Didn't really have a lot of opportunities to get in there and get it done. That was very nicely done. But look at this trap placement here. I love this. Conan is using the puddles to his advantage, and now making it so that Jits has to charge all the way around these puddles if he wants to try to get a hit in. And on top of that, Conan appears to be replacing these traps to punish him for any angle that he might choose, keeping him guessing here. It's very, very smart. Jits now disengaging from that traps placement among those puddles there. He's going to sit back. He's going to rep the full a little bit. Going to rep the full that mana. Alternatively now, this is a duel where Conan is happy staying on the inside and looking for Mind Blast. While it will drain his mana quite a bit, there are ways to recover. And even if he has to swap to Insight, that can bait Jits to sort of charge into traps if he does it right. Oh yeah, Jits looking at that puddle. Oh my god, and just like that, picks the angle and gets it done. Holy shit, a huge comeback there for Jits after being down 2-0 early on. That was crazy. Did it to win it. That's what it is, man. Holy shit. Holy shit. That was wild. That was absolutely wild. Nicely done, man. All right, well, this is what we'll do. I think these guys are going to show off some gear here, so we get to see some HLD gear. Very nice. Get to see Jits's beautiful amp flail here. I love this thing, man. Really cool to see LLD gear, because I think people that might watch back on the VOD, I see a lot of comments about that people want to see the gear. It is very, very interesting, and certainly stuff Oh, look at that. He's set his charms up to say GG in his inventory. That's hilarious. Faster run walk, mana, and 15 12s. Very interesting. Love the Spirit Shroud here from Conan as well. And look at what he's got in there. Minimum damage, 6 9s, as in, you know, 6 strength, 9 dex. That Trap Claw, I didn't quite see that, but that was probably a 5 LS claw right there. Beautiful, beautiful claw. Oh yeah, look at this. This is level 30. 5 Lightning Sentry, 2 sockets. Oh my god, that is just so beautiful. Dragon Flight as well. Jesus. Mind Blast. Those are some insane claws that Conan has. Those are really cool. Doesn't opt to go with the dual claw setup here for a lot of this. Maybe to set them and then to swap back to the shield for max block. It's actually very smart. That's why he has 3 claws there. And then look at that 230 20. Just a beautiful setup here from Jits as well. Very nicely done and very interesting setups from these guys, both of them. This was epic, man. What a great match between these guys. But holy shit. What this is just insane. Well, boys, we've got some prizes to give away. I'm definitely gonna need your help. We're about to start the voting here real soon. Well, let's bring you in on what's going on. Have you or a loved one been involved in a violent duel to the death? Then you could be entitled to a Fight of the Night bonus. Show up and put on a show, and one of these pricey prizes could be yours. Brought to you by Mooches, Hall of Fame phenom and timeless champion of the DFC. Show up, show out, but most importantly, show off those PvP skills. Oh, baby! That was like Brad Pitt and Troy right there, baby!
Stand in my way.
Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. All right, I'm getting a poll up right now. I'm going to need your help selecting who should get a Fight of the Night prize here. There's been so many absolute savages. And wow, it's hard to pick them, man. It's hard to pick them. It's just been wild. All right, so we've got so much going on. There's been so many good duels. Let me scroll up. I've taken notes on so many of these. I think Nimrod definitely deserves to be in this conversation here. Epic first Fight of the Night when all of the servers were going down, and wow. LLD versus Dro for show. That was just so crazy. Polytheist, I think, hanging on. Going 4-0 versus Riz was very impressive. So savage, man. Jits is always impressive. Might have a little bit of recency bias there. Jagger looked real good. Jagger looked epic, man. And really, so did Mecha. God damn, that was savage. Right now I'm thinking about who to put on this list. You guys in a moment will have a opportunity to vote on your favorite fighter of the night. But man, it's so hard to pick these. It's so hard to pick them. Yeah, I think really Mecha stands out, man. I think that was really good. Also, Icy played really well. Squigs did. Yeah, I think this is good. I think we're gonna go with it. Gonna go with it. We're gonna do it. We're doing it. And this is what we're gonna do. You will have until we slay all of these D-clones to determine the winner, alright? So call up all your friends from high school and say, hey, look, I know you're probably sleeping, but there's some important shit going on right now, and I need you to log into YouTube. And I need you to vote for me, all right? And I need you to vote in this poll. And in fact, I need you to call all of your friends and wake them up at this hour and get them to vote. That's what we need. So please, I hate to bother you at such an hour, but This is crucial. So let's do it. Well, all right. We've got some D-clones, thanks to Leroy himself. We've got some D-clones to smash, man. And I'm gonna go in here with my favorite D-clone smasher. This chick right here. Let's do it. Hell yeah, Leroy. Thanks for putting these games up, man. This guy is always such a savage. He says, check the DMs. He knows what it is. He knows I just can't turn down. Leroy Sunset himself, he says, look, I know you've got an addiction to beating up on D-clone, and I won't question it. In fact, I will support it. He put up a number of games for us here, so we're going to get in here. We're going to pop all of these down. Y'all will have some time to vote for your favorite dueler of the evening. Alright, what's this one? How we starting? 17, 10, 5. I'm going to link them for Leroy, let him know. Let him know how good or trash they are. Now, what did I do with my Smoky? There it is. Hell yeah, Nim. You and your friends get with me and my friends, right? That's what it is. Hell yeah, man. Alright. Let's do this. You've got 7 Annies left to get your votes in. Wow, so bad. Alright. Alright, no problem.
Where can I take you?
Okay. Rough start for the Annies. Damn. Real rough start, man. Good thing we ripped that 20-20-10 when they were doing the Clone-ageddon.
Good day.
What is with this RNG? Alright.
Where can I take
On game 5. You've got 4 Annies. 4 Annies left. A lot of 5 experience rolls here, too. Gosh, insult to injury.
Good day.
Bear paw and everything. Let's go. Damn, dude. Look at how bad these are. 5 XP gain on, like, nearly every one of these. Alright. 2 clones left.
Your presence honors me.
All subpar. Yeah, a lot of trash for me, too. Literally all subpar. It's been crazy, dude. Like, not even above average Annies with the stat rolls. I consider above average when it rolls 30 or more to stats, or over 30 to stats. That is technically above average. But these have just been really bad. Alright. Last roll here. There it is. We will end it with Jagger taking it, man. That was epic. And a 13-16-5. All 5 rolls. What is this? Gosh, that is worse RNG tonight than AF50 saw in the Melee Arena. Damn, dude. Thank you for doing this, though. Much, much appreciated. And look at how close that was, man. Polytheist. Also coming up just shy of that. Pretty even split all around, man. That shit was crazy. That was just crazy. Wow. Absolutely epic. Absolutely epic. 55 clones. Well, the 2025, that's not bad. That's not bad at all. That's pretty, I'd be happy with that. It's a perfect PvP, Annie. Like, if you're not going to have a 2010 roll, I would prefer to have a 2025. Because if you put it on a leveling character, you're never running a 2029, right? Unless you're a dumbass like me over here, right? Like, I don't really care about this. This is a spare account, you know? But if we're really trying to level something, it's going to be a 2010 or it's going to be like a 2019-10. Yeah, perf melee, Andy, to be honest, yeah, exactly. I use the 2025s on my, on my duelers all the time, on my 99s. With the exception of my Din, that I have a 2010 on because he has a perfect inventory. So you might as well, right? Might as well jam it. But yeah, that's crazy. All right, boys, let's get over there. Been one hell of a night. This has been crazy, man. What an absolutely epic... Oh, yeah, you guys are gonna love this. This is the... Bill sort of did some... new outros, I guess you could say. Reshot some things. I guess he takes care of us. I just want to say, man, I've had a great night here. Been so fun jamming with you guys. Bill, let's bring this out of here in style. We'll announce the other winners in the Discord. Just pay attention to that. Yeah, GG's tonight, Smolps. I was sick, man. I was sick. So good to be back, man. Good duels tonight, guys. Bill, bring us out of here in style. Oh, shit, yeah. That's it. Oh, fuck, man. He must have remixed the beat, too. What a fucking savage. Oh. Don't cry, man. We'll be back next week. I promise. Big things in store for 2026 in the DFC. We're gonna hit DFC 200 this year. Can you believe it? It's good to be back, boys. See you next week. Sign-ups should be open soon, so make sure you're in. We'll see you there.